Ce faceți, mă, chat? Ce faceți? Cum mai sunteți? Sper că nu se... Pardon, sper că nu se mai vede live-ul în lag. Sper că nu mai am probleme la live. Sper că etc. Dar știți ce mai sper eu? Să nu intervină nicio problemă. Ca să opresc live-ul. Asta sper. Asta sper. Bă, păi mi-am pus aici pe monitorul secundar. Bun, deci am aici. Asta e pregătit. Gata. Așa, acum haideți să... Gata, acum... Voi, gata, uite, de acum vedeți. Nu mai știu ce vreau să mai zic. O secundă să fac pe aici niște mici, mari modificări. Deci bam, captură de joc, audio, ăsta îl bag în bară. Fortnite-ul, bun, am băgat tot în bară. O secundă, chat. Să închid astea. Deci sper, Doamne ajută, să n-am lag pe live. Gata. Bă. Bagați și voi un like, chat. Și dacă nu mai aveți la subscribe, dați și mie subscribe, că am 179 de abonați. Sper să fac și 180 de abonați pe live-ul ăsta, cel puțin. Bun. Perfect. Și mai perfect. Bun. Ok. Bun. Păi nu, ăsta e Savage. Gata. Perfect. Vagabondule, tu nu vrei să dai. Mama, am crezut că sunt pe mut. Bun, hai să facem un test, acum o bine pe live. O secundă, nu că intrasem la altcineva.
Acum merge să fac live acolo, dar e mai complicat. Pe Windows-ul ăla face live mâine chat cu... Pe Windows-ul ăla face mâine live cu Shxrk. Mâine face live cu
Aaaa, mine solo Shxrk, oh my god.
O secundă, nu că intrasem la altcineva. Acum merge să fac live acolo, dar e mai complicat.
Ok, trebuie să închid asta aici. Bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, da, ce prost, încă puteam să fac o scurtătură. Da, nu e problemă. Știu că voi nu vedeți și vedeți Fortnite în momentul ăsta. Bun, bag chiar tot în bară, Fortnite, OBS bag în bară. Ăsta îl țin, Fortnite și asta. Bun, păi și cam am terminat. Acum, decât să fac test audio. Așa, acum haideți să... Perfect, mă aud perfect. Jocul sper să se audă perfect.
Bine, cu al 241 puncte. Nu știu dacă să mă joc și pe Middle East. Vrei să mă joc și pe Middle East?
Bun. Primeți niște invite-uri. Vă salut pe toți, oficial suntem gata. Astăzi facem view party, Zandy, Shxrk, Mongraal, Mr.Savage, plus alții, Merstaj, Moneymaker, Malibuca, Vico. Uitați, pe toți de pe Europa, uite, Mania, Pixie, Mario, Scău, Veno, etc, etc, etc. Hai să vedem și noi noutățile de pe live, de pe ziua asta și da, și de pe live-ul ăsta. Adidas, șartă, nimica, wow. Hai să mă bat la o încălzire. Băgați și voi un like și dacă cei care nu mă aveți la subscribe, dați și mie acolo la subscribe pentru că mă ajută foarte mult. La ora 6 încep meciurile, dacă nu mă înșel. Dar nu, la 6 încep meciurile. Gen, acum doar mă joc așa că n-am ce să fac până începe ăla turneu, adică, da, până începe turneul ca să facem view party. Astăzi am mai făcut un live, după cum ați văzut. Bine, nu cred că toți v-ați uitat, dar probabil unii v-ați uitat. Am făcut rank, am dat grind la rank la reload. Am făcut diamond 1 50-60% până acum. O să facem Unreal, asta vreau să vă zic. N-am avut niciodată Unreal, maximul a fost Elite, n-am dat niciodată grind, nu mi-a apăsat niciodată, adică nu mi-a apăsat în mod excesiv de rank-ul de la reload și am dat mereu full double key și în momentul ăsta dau aproape numai full double key, dar... Na. W pe chat.
Dai în jur. Sau direci. Mă uiți? Hai.
A, ok, eram pe mut. Am spus în primul rând salut și te-am rugat frumos să nu mai îmi dai invite-uri de mai multe ori. Eu sunt live și vreau să-mi fac și eu
Stai
live.
puțin că nu pot să vorbesc acum, vorbesc imediat, stai.
Ok, chestia e că poți să ieși din party. Deci te servesc să ieși din party, că știu că mă auzi. Pentru că nu dau 1v1. Bro. ieși din party. Ieși din party. Bro, bă, chat, eu sunt prost sau ăsta e prost?
Ieși din party că nu mă joc 1v1, ești retardat?
M-ai auzit acum?
Ce?
Ieși din party că nu dau 1v1, ești retardat? Răspunde.
Da, gata.
Ok. Mă bucur că ai înțeles. Sper că de acum înainte să nu mai îmi dai invite și eu de fiecare dată când sunt pe Fortnite și mă joc, eu să like pe YouTube. Mă găsești pe YouTube, când vrei să dau 1v1 cu mine, mă trebuie acolo în chat. Dacă vreau bine să dau 1v1 cu abonați, bine, dacă nu, nu. Bine, bravo ție că ai ieșit.
Bă, poate așa se înțelege, mă. Poate așa se înțelege. Mi-a... Nu mai zic. Am început meciurile. Da. Hai să ies din ăsta că parcă mai văd că intră vreunul. Mongraal, nu mai facem, mă, live. Veno face live chat. No. O secundă.
At least in the top three, and they didn't disappoint on that front. However, despite those two victory royales, it wasn't entirely plain sailing.
Perfect. Vedeți? Se vede chat acum. Eu zic că ar trebui să se vadă perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. Carry on.
Is the surge, right? There was a couple games where they were getting to the end game, not good enough in a position when it comes to the damage, and I think that's a real worry for them.
Yeah, it is. And I think that's the sort of point for them that they need to sort of look at today is like, how are they going to try and find those damage in the early game and sort of the mid game sections? I remember that. Are they going to low on that storm surge damage? And I think it's something that we've seen from them, Levin. You talked about soft fighting. It's a team that have been doing more of that, especially yesterday as well.
Absolutely, and that's their strategy, that's their strength. It's funny, I spoke to Venno and he said he didn't feel like they were actually playing aggressive enough. They weren't taking enough risks. He felt like they weren't getting enough limbs, like they were playing to get damage, but not playing to get limbs.
Look at Savage.
Look at the stats. If you look at zones 2 to 5,
dă greedy, ești nebun, Mongraal nu a început live-ul.
the most limbs of any other team in the lobby yesterday, which tells me they are playing that aggressive style, but Venno thinks they need to do even more. And, you know, as much as they are number one, I agree with him, because I went back and watched some of their games, and there were scenarios where typically Venno Vico Flixie would wipe a team, get 3 limbs, and they weren't. They were playing a bit more passive, backing off a bit more than usual.
Well, mini minor, what I've learned so far this weekend is the inevitabilities in life are death, taxes, and Sky Scroll and iDrop making it to the end game. And I mean, it's a fantastic result for them so far, being in this top 5 alone, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And it's something that I broke down during the group stage as well. They're kind of carrying that momentum into this finals. And I think it's almost exaggerated in terms of their abilities now in these finals. The way that they're getting storm surge
Pour moi, leur
so far has
plan de
been
jeu,
so
il va pas être différent, tu vois.
imperative
Après, là,
to
en
them
vrai,
getting
hier,
into
ils ont
so
eu quand
many
même
endgames and
beaucoup
staying
de
so
réussite dans le
consistent.
sens
And
où
what
ils
I
ont quand
really
même
liked
beaucoup
about
eu la
it is
zone, tu
the
vois.
ways in
Il y a eu
which they
4
went
fois.
about getting storm surge. Talk about soft fighting just there, a team that they are liking to do this at the moment. They're sort of roaming around the map as well, like they have done the entire season. Also, not against going for those sort of longer range tags as well. We've seen that with this team as well, boxing up into that sort of surge base when they are a little bit more comfortable on those tags, and their drop spot right in the center of that sort of lower section of the map really helps them out so much. I mean, thinking back to the zones as well yesterday.
Starman Demas as being your
Bă, dar am o întrebare. Ăștia de la Fortnite. Ok. Nu fac live. Bă, dar cum îl chemam, mă, pe... Hyperx. Hyper. Ăsta nu face live-uri. Nu știu cum îi cheamă. Zandy, bănuiesc că nici atât nu face live. Și Psychics de... Ăsta e pe Twitch. Gata. Gata, ce să mai...
bunched together around that Seaport City area, around that Mars Meadows area to the south of that as well. So many teams that are coming in and third partying, and that means there's just so much space where there's no teams in and around the middle of that area for those surge-based teams to sort of tag 11. That's the adaptation that we're seeing from yesterday.
Yeah, people are going to where the action is. They're desperate for damage, and for all the teams in the mid-map who want to sit in their little surge pieces and tag away, it becomes a lot harder because there's just not as many people to take shots at. And we're seeing the impact of that really sort of almost annoy certain teams, right? Because if you are someone fighting off spawn, you're instantly at risk, right? I think instantly to my guy Queasy. Queasy always complaining about something on social media. That's what he does. But he was complaining about the fact that he's dominating the Frenchies off spawn, but then he has like a bunch of other teams looking to rotate in at Seaport as well, right? So, you know, they win against Skyjump and them, but then you have iDrop's team coming in, and then you eventually get Vanya's team that will rotate in later. So, you know, if you're on a spawn fighting team like Queasy, you have to finish your fight quicker. There's even more pressure to do that because you know there's going to be sharks swirling around the POI waiting for you.
Yeah, and the reason why the teams are doing it is because they have to, right? That's damage from sitting in bases, from sitting in surge towers is just not enough, and we have a really nice sort of stat graphic here to show exactly why that's the case. I mean, let's take a little look at some of the teams that, and this is the sort of percentage of their shotgun damage compared to their overall damage. So we see like Vico, Veno, Flixie, they're a team that are doing so much of their damage with their shotguns, literally sort of exactly as what we'd expect from that team, box to box fighting, as we talked about earlier, some of the soft fighting, and then contrast that with Trulex, Tayson, and Chicho, who've only done less than 1% of their damage with
Salut,
shotguns.
Yanis.
They're trying to do that, and it's just not working out, as we can see on the leaderboards from earlier on as well.
Yeah, it's funny, you know, those guys are like just sat in their bases, and we saw a couple examples of them fighting and it not going too well, but I think again you see the difference in playstyle there, right? Those top two teams in Veno and Teeny's team, those teams are fighting a lot more, like you said, more box to box, and then you have the teams in Vanya and iDrop who, it's a mixture of both, right? I think they're looking to maybe get the tags from a distance, and if you hit a beam, if you crack someone, if you get a knock, then you pounce, you jump in, you finish out the fight with your shotgun. So finding that balance, finding what works based off of, you know, your surroundings and the teams around you.
Very quickly, Mini Miner, what are you thinking of these teams continuously, well, starting to, I guess, increasingly use the Typhoon Blade with...
Yeah, that seems to be a real prevalent thing that we saw yesterday as well. Of course, we talked about how difficult it is to get damage, particularly if you are a team that likes to play outside of the box. This is an item, this is an ability that you can use that gets you right inside of that box and allows you to stay and get above the Storm Surge threshold as well. It's just so much easier, Levin. There's a clip here from Sky, which we saw yesterday, and even this next clip just highlights how important it is. Look at this in the Freezy, 400 damage below. Quickly get inside the box, Typhoon Blade in, damage dealt, easy now you're above the Storm Surge threshold. So that's something that I wasn't expecting yesterday, but saw so much of it.
Look, I don't have much to say other than teams are gonna find these things, right, where they can get advantages. In these lobbies, it's so hard to go against the Typhoon Blade when someone's shing-shinging into your box. I heard the commentator say shing-shing more than I've heard it since Mongraal way back in the day, right? So, you know, that...
Bă, păi până începe turneul, gen, adică practic turneul început, dar acum nu știu ce comentează ăștia pe aici. A, uite.
Thank you, Frankie. Look, there's a lot of metas, a lot of shing-shing, but what I'm focused on now is going into day 2, how these trios have prepared. We had so many third parties going on, so much danger in the early games. So what have these trios done to kind of adapt and change that strategy? I mean, time will tell, Taco, but I'm excited.
Everybody's had the opportunity, though, to go through yesterday's matches, check out what went right, what went wrong, and hopefully adapt, and we'll get to see just how that pans out in Game 7.
Ia uite-l.
I've got my eyes on a couple locations. We have Seaport, where we've seen a lot of engagements in terms of Queasy's trio up against Momsy's trio. We've got Lost Lake, where we've got Cammy and Seti's trio in a difficult situation based on how it went for them in the off spawn, but we're actually going to be looking at kind of a new off spawn fight that we didn't see so much yesterday.
Yeah, big thing here at Shxrk and Solitude is that Teeny, Svi, and Hatris, they never really had a designated spot throughout the course of day 1. We saw them once or twice stepping at this engagement, but Ewik's gonna come out hot. He's not gonna give Teeny the opportunity to actually get that shield potion online. A big knock to start things off here. They're trying to defend their own territory, but Svi makes sure Ewik gets shut down.
The trade comes through now, back to a 2 versus 2. Skavi not even finished yet as he wants to find more. Haris is getting multiple angles as well, trying to just connect that singular pump shot needed, but Haris has to be careful. He gets cracked, he gets knocked down, leaving it all up to Skavi as he has 7 shots and a dream now, looking to see if he can come out on top in this 1 versus 2.
This would be so detrimental. You want to start things off on the right foot if you're a team that's already sitting in that 8th place position on the leaderboard post those 6 games from yesterday. That's the case here for Svi with that Typhoon Blade stand. He might be able to look for an escape, but instead he's going to wager it all on himself, but it's just too much firepower coming out of Unzone and Domtat. They're going to be able to defend Shogun Solitude, and this could be a moment here for Teeny and them.
Bă, ce?
To reconsider, but a lot of action taking place here at Seaport still with Queasy.
Ooh, okay. This is interesting. Merstash has already been eliminated, it seems. Swizzy
But I mean,
and Queasy are left as a duo, and there's a few problems from this because even if they continue, trying to make something happen here, they know the potential third parties that are going to come through. So the more time it takes, the riskier it gets. But having one of our top teams that were more successful in terms of the early game engagements at Seaport now going down so early, this is going to set them up for kind of a difficult recuperation that they're going to have to go through to come back from this game.
Yeah, but more on that later. We'll just have to revisit and hope that they've been able to bring Merstash back into this game, because right now the focus is entirely at Lost Lake. But one big shake up here, Takata, is that we're not seeing Cammy, Seti, or Hari immediately battling against Bodhisai's team. Instead, it's an entirely different trio. So many parties, I think, surrounding this area by Lost Lake kind of just recognized the fact yesterday, hey, why don't we just run over early to Lost Lake, where we know these two teams are going to be guaranteed fighting for what felt more like pride than anything else by the end of the day here, Takata. But it seems as though Cammy and Shxrk's teams have realized we're not trying to both suffer here simultaneously. Winning that off spawn doesn't necessarily mean you'll get to play out the match.
Yeah, I mean, we did also see 2 eliminations on Cammy, Seti, so looks like they might have had it their way. Issue was the third party, but looking at picks, Darm, Demus,
Ăsta decât pix stă în copac, ești nebun și cu echipierul lui.
Elimination, sneaky one, but
mă bagă pe Fortnite, AFK, ok.
Had an elimination be made. As Nefrizzi Lucia far away. I'm not sure if that was the trio that got aggroed onto, but yeah, it was, it seems, as now the 2 versus 3 isn't going to be enough for them to push yet. They've already picked off one. It was Starkus, I guess, that maybe got caught off guard in a separate surge base and wasn't able to regroup in time.
A little bit of trouble here though for Nefrizi. This mountain span right over base tunnel outside of Brutal Boxcars. The problem is that some teams from the northern side of the map might begin to push their way in if they just recognize there's these two somewhat min-map teams kind of just caught up in a little bit of standoff here. Vano though just so looted up already at flooded frogs. We heard it from Levin on the desk. He said it himself, it doesn't feel like they were getting fraggy enough yesterday, which is crazy to think about considering the performances that we did witness out of this trio. But still, Veno, bright and early, first thing, saw from him this morning, I don't lose.
Big Vico.
The stakes have never been higher because when you're sitting in second place leading into today, it's a lot to live up to.
And just like that, it finally paid off. Demas, Darm, Pix, they were waiting for this moment. They were hunting for a player to catch him off guard, and just like that, they've hit those initial shots, but they haven't been able to close out on multiple eliminations. They picked up one. It's a 3 versus 2 now, as Monet and Loki are forced to disengage. One elimination is what they got from that. I mean, it's good, but to be honest, I think with that much of an advantage, catching your opponent off guard, they would have won it at least 2, but could have ended a lot
Mongraal.
worse.
Bă, ce? Păi se bate Mongraal chat cu Zandy și cu...
Mr.Savage just kind of
No way, chat. Cum s-a bătut Mongraal la... De gata, Mongraal cu Savage l-au bătut pe Ju și pe... Uite-l pe Zandy, uite-l pe Zandy. Decât Zandy mai în viață, Zandy fuge de ăștia, cred. Da, da, da. Da, bă, da, bă, chat.
That they've essentially missed out on because EWIC's team was the starting point as far as Shxrk and Salut battles are concerned. Mr.Savage and them, they just took full advantage of the situation and watching these teams collapse on each other.
We pan back over to Seaport City though, as it looks like Shxrk, Momsy are still... Oh no, you can't let that happen. As he gets chopped down, Shxrk on the ground now crawling. As his teammate's gonna have to come pick him up, but is that gonna be enough? Are they gonna be able to defend themselves off from the aggression that's gonna come from that knock? As now the pressure's on, defense has started. I drop Sky, Scroll, looking to see if they can successfully third party, but Sky goes down, putting it back into a 2 versus 2. I drop doesn't even have that much shield. Momsy's fully cracked, as they might even fully disengage. Scroll gets cracked as well. The pressure's on them now, as they're gonna look to do a quick reboot potentially.
Yeah, without Sky, they don't have any other options. They want to make sure that they stay as intact as possible moving forward. But Seaport City has just turned into an absolute nightmare because another team has entered the mix. Comeback, Mixon, and Blaha are not giving any rest to the Frenchies. Momsy, Skyjump, and Shakos have just been duking it out from the very beginning of this match.
The reboot has come through now. iDrop trying to make use of those chug splashes to get his trio back and healthy before they potentially get into this next engagement. Blaha, Comeback, Mixon are going to be in the elevated position with the Onimas coming through. Looks like they might want to fight this one. Taking the elevated position, another reboot coming through. As the fight at Seaport. It is absolute chaos.
iDrop overall though has better elevation in comparison to Blaha. He's just going to continue trying to apply some pepperings, a little bit of damage here and there. Murstache also a reboot survivalist, but he's got to be careful here. Robin knows this is a team that's a little bit hindered. They had to go for that reboot deep north. Canyons crossing, and yeah, that's just going to be an immediate disengage sign for Queasy. Whether or not he's able to even recover those reboot cards is going to be so problematic. A fully intact trio. They know just how injured Queasy is at this point too.
Yeah, I mean, this is the second recovery that this trio is going to have to go through from losing the initial fight at Seaport to now losing a second fight after already rebooting one time, forcing Queasy to look for another reboot. I mean, he has 2 med kits, he has a water sprite now, so he'll be able to tank zone, but it's going to be a difficult comeback as we look at what O'Reilly, Yanis, and Shap have been doing in the meantime.
absolutely huge for Noah Riley, but worse if you're Venya, considering what they're trying to defend. I mean, this was our team. 4 out of 6 matches yesterday, Takada. We saw them in that top 3. They didn't even get a victory royale, and yet they were still leading the day, heading into our day 2 of Major 1 Finals. So, Vanya, fully understanding, definitely a competent player. I mean, we're talking about last year even, Major 2 Final success. And yet, here today, everything hinges upon these final matches.
Yeah, it makes it difficult having that much pressure. As it looks like Queasy is going to be able to get a reboot. Is it going to be both players? As it looks like it might just be Swizzy. And this is going to be a tough one to recuperate.
The main issue is, even if they manage to somehow bring back Mustache, well, actually, that's not even going to be, I think, in the question here at this stage. It's just more so, I'm thinking about the storm sickness, Takada, and the developments there for Queasy and Swizzy. If they want to play for placement, that's not going to be easy. But teams that are trying to avoid dealing with storm surge in general, looking to get their fights in early here. Malabuka caught up with Nathan.
This is no surprise, as having such a strong drop spot, setting themselves up with the amount of loot to take these engagements early on the trios that tend to fight in the surrounding areas. We have Eclipse, CZB, and Nathan. They're elevated, but looks like they're a little scared here as they're going to use the Oni masks to try and get out of this situation. Malabuka look for potential tags. Able to connect a couple, but not enough to make them want to continue with that aggression.
But what's crazier to think about is all the side sprays that are coming in as well. You got teams from Twinkle Terrace. You got teams that are a little bit more central towards a Foxy Floodgate even, thinking that might be some signs from Tayson, Trulix, and Chicho even. But Malabuka, he can't afford to look for these peaks without making sure that his angles are covered. Teams just reminding him of where they're actually left standing. Mappy, Cade, and Cringe. This is a tough situation. They're going to need to fight their way out of this one, though, Takada. They need a refresh more than anything.
They need that refresh, but, I mean, it's still kind of early on in the zones. They do have a fishing rod, so if they're able to make it into zone, they can recuperate a lot of that HP and shield. But without having, you know, minis, without having bigs, anything else, it is going to be a little difficult with the distance they have to travel. But it looks like after using the water sprite, it's going to put them back in a healthy position. Their worry now is getting enough mats and somehow making it safely into zone, avoiding those trios that are going to be holding them back, which then allows them to kind of fish their way in. But it's going to be more of a long match for that trio as we look at Marius Pixie, who lost Vanya, as we saw not too long ago. Now Marius with 0 materials, leaving it all up to Pixie as he's getting shot at as well. 6 shield to work with, and the medkit's going to be popped, and this is just looking worse and worse for our leading trio going into day 2.
Even if Pixie has material, it won't make a difference if he's not going to be able to play this one out with the rest of his team here. Takada just stuck on Shattered Span. 2 teams separating him from his ability to even try and toy with the idea of moving closer to zone, much less being able to recover those reboot cards. And again, considering that we are looking at our first place position team,
hai să văd dacă uite și pe banii pe ăștia. Oh, eu încă am mai rămas aici, ești nebun.
Now, Malabuka once again continuing on with his engagements. You can tell they've been hungry to not only do damage, but also pick up some eliminations. But you have to be careful, Malabuka. 2 pumps is going to be enough to knock him down. Ping now forced to play the defensive here and try and pick him back up. Meanwhile, Walks doing what he can to assist as Akira is cracked just 1 shot away, but so is Walks, as now he has to make the decision. Do I get into the box with my teammates? Can I help them out in time? Yes, he can. As they are going to pick up those 3 eliminations. Akira put aside, getting fully elimed, and now Malabuka, Ping, and Walks are going to have time to continue back to zone, not having to worry about damage as much.
And hey, we were talking about strategies that teams are trying to employ for today, but Shogun's Arena still seemingly a big part of that for Veno's trio, as they do manage to claim not only the height positioning, but with all the action that's taking place towards that west side of the map, this is going to be ideal opportunities for them to sit on top of that Shxrk's arena now and just look to spray all these scattered teams around the edges of the map, really prevent anybody else from coming close.
Yeah, and speaking about scattered teams around the edge of the map, Pixie's still in zone now, gonna look for the reboot onto his teammates.
Uite și pe Pixie.
It's gonna kind of open up
Bă, da,
that vision for the
Pixie,
other trios
ce naționalitate are?
Most likely
Sincer,
will
cred că
hear this
englez.
reboot and it could cause them
Adică
to
din
kind of
Anglia.
hold them once they do make it to zone, so they'll have to keep that in mind when they're planning their rotate.
Salut, salut, DRS Darius. Te salut cu tot respectul. Dacă mă poți ajuta și pe mine cu un like la acest live, aș aprecia enorm de mult. Și totodată dacă mă poți ajuta cu un subscribe, dacă cumva nu mai ai la subscribe, gen dacă cumva nu mai... Dacă cumva nu mi-ai dat până acum abonare, m-ar ajuta enorm de mult. Dacă mi-ai dat abonare sau dacă cumva mi-ai dat, mulțumesc mult de tot și dacă vrei să-mi dai și te rog frumos să-mi dai, dacă nu mi-ai dat totodată, îți mulțumesc.
Already getting held by teams on the mountain as well. Everybody has just got their eyes on Venya, Pixie, and Marius's current positioning, and this is it's something that they can recover from to potentially build more placements later on, but I don't think that this is like a winning position by any means.
No, definitely not. As we can take a look at, speaking of the top teams, what Queasy has been up to. From having to go for a reboot as well to once again getting into another fight. I mean, to be fair, to give them the props, they made it pretty far from all they had to go through in this match, so...
But it's the fact that it's against Momsy, Skyjump, and Shakos, the team that's contesting them initially, and now all the way through 5th zone even.
Am dat subscribe și like, mersi mult de tot, bă, DRS Darius, apreciez enorm de mult.
A restricting factor, or attempting to at least, but they'll have to wait and see what Game 8 has in store for them. Veno, very happily though, starting to poise in prime positioning compared to the rest of the lobby. With the way the zone is pulled now towards that northern side of the map, Takata, we are getting closer and closer to teams just being so prevented from actually crossing these small points of elevation.
Aș vrea că am murit Zandy.
You talked about it earlier. Veno was saying he wants to be more aggressive, but they
Doamne,
have the
ajută să
most
nu.
eliminations in zones 2 to 5, so
A murit.
No. As it's continuing on forwards with Pixie, we can see how this continued low key. He's not able to hit that initial shot. Marius is now left alone as he's trying to clean up the rest of this engagement before Pixie gets finished, but Pixie is at just a sliver of HP. The clock's taking seconds before he gets eliminated. Loki does get knocked, but Marius has lost Pixie in the process. As Vanya is also just seconds away from getting fully eliminated.
We are in a 2-tick zone here, Takata.
Chiar.
Marius is also underneath the surge. We are witnessing total desperation at this point. There is still another player above him. Lushi is not intending to let this one go. At this stage, you're going down with me. Seems to be the mentality. And poor Marius, he's got no other choice. He's out of heals entirely. It's going to come down to who actually managed to get the siphon off the other.
Yeah, I mean, those extra points, they can come in handy as Marius goes right into it. Confidence blasting through as he picks up his 3rd elimination, but now the solo journey back to zone. I mean, he's got the loot, now a bit of damage, got the mats, as I believe he's even gonna be looking for a potential... Ooh, I saw some players close by. I don't know. We'll see. We'll come back to that later. Take a quick pause. If Marius is somehow able to recuperate this match for his trio, it's going to be absolutely insane. But Mongraal, Mr.Savage, Panzer, 4 elims starting this off before the late game, and there's still only 83 of
Bă, Zandy, nu știu, cu Shxrk aia trebuie să dea lui King, dar nu știu, mă, bă, nu știu, bă, chiar zic că au o zi mai proastă, legit. Dar și ieri, mă.
Here at Magic Monsters now, though, they got Scroll in their sights. Dual spray comes through, not enough just yet, but the dings were so heavy from Panzer. He does successfully find that knock. The elimination claim, though, elsewhere, but they're trying to get to the body. They know that this is a weakened team. They want to try and break into the box.
Meanwhile, we have Marius who made it back to advantage of the zone, but it doesn't look like he's gonna last much longer. Being 13 below and 7 HP.
Bă,
as he
dacă
continues
mai...
to get ticked here, doing what he can. Just one.
Da, frate.
Pot juca.
Bă, mâncați-și gura ta. Îmi dăduși invite de 10 ori și văzuși că nu ți accept. De ce tot mai dai invite? Vreau friend?
Nu.
Păi și atunci de ce îmi dai invite-uri? Tu nu știi regula numărul 1 că n-ai voie să-i dai invite nimănui? Măcar, bă, dai o dată din greșeală sau vrei. A doua oară maxim.
Îmi dăduși invite de 10 ori și văzuși că nu ți accept. De ce tot mai...
Plus că eu, de fiecare dată când mă joc Fortnite, fac live. Așa că intră pe live pe YouTube acolo și mereu când vrei să te joci cu mine și nu mă vezi live, nu sunt, ok? Nu mai dam pana mea invite-uri. Ieși din party. Oh. Ăsta mă aude în reluare, mă, chat. Bă, chiar aș ieși din party, dar vreau să te întreb așa, ai ceva la cap? Sau nu auzi? Oh, a ieșit, oh my god, bă, oh my god. Doamne, bă, sunt și unii retardați rău de tot, mă, n-ai cum, bă, cât de retardat să fii, ești nebun la cap.
Mr.Savage, Mongraal, Panzer, with that quick refresh they got, bumped themselves 240 above the Storm Surge threshold, as now they should start kind of looking around to find potential rotations to get to the zone here, but iDrop, after losing Scroll, is now left as a duo on a lower position where he can't really see his surroundings, he can't plan that rotate, and only being 73 above, they're just gonna have to only mask in.
Trying to play this endgame though, another one of our top 3 teams in that third spot specifically, but iDrop, Sky, the job's not finished. They've got to deal with the perfectly healthy 7 underneath, although iDrop trying to change that narrative as we speak. Gonna be forced to crank up just a little bit though. So much of his hard material having been committed this early is going to make it very difficult for him to continue moving deeper into the center of zone, but at this point, he's just trying to play next to Sky. He's just trying to create a brief moment of relief to gauge out whether or not it's even feasible for them to get across that hill, but he doesn't really have much time to think. He just needs to get the damage on now.
Yeah, good news is they have that water sprite that they can place while looking for tags. Looks like he might have gotten enough with that crack, but in the meantime, he got cracked as well, as now they have to play defensive, but 152 above. It's kind of still on the borderline in these levels of the game, as you can see, and in just half a second drops instantly down to 49 below as they continue to look tags from afar, but I don't think it's enough yet to full-on go into an engagement. The issue is iDrop has no more minis, no more bigs, no more water sprite, nothing to recuperate this potential storm surge, so as the clock starts ticking in Sky as well as Crack, they're going to have to make a bigger play here soon.
They're just going to have to commit to the low ground. That's where we saw them have the most success in yesterday's matches, even that's where their victory royale stemmed from initially. I'm not saying that this is a repeat opportunity here necessarily, but at least in the low ground, they can look to try and play backside, try and pick off somebody who's worse for wear than where they currently sit. Because right now, in the secondary height position, they're just drawing in the focus of teams that are already based up, already looking to try and ensure that nobody else has the opportunity to try and challenge them.
Storm close now, it's starting to tick. Sky has just a few seconds left to his name, trying to make it count, as it's going to be all up to iDrop shortly here, as now with the siphon mats and 2 seconds left as well, iDrop needs a miracle to get out of this situation, as it looks like he is going to go down. Good effort. It was difficult to get out of. As we go back to Malibuka, Walks, and Ping, who are having a legendary match with the amount of loot eliminations and everything they've gotten to lead up to this endgame.
That was a massive jumping overshot, but Mongraal, Panzer, disaster has struck for this team. They look like they were in a relatively good position on the low ground, but now fully chocked here as Panzer holding on to his last little bit of HP alongside Savage. They're trying to see if there's even a path forward at this stage, but everybody surrounding them just taking note of all these weakened trios, trying to take advantage of the fact as well. I think it at least looked for that revive onto Mongraal. It would be massive, but Panzer knows they've got to create space at least if they want that to come to fruition.
I mean, we talked about Mr.Savage being the elimination leader. Panzer's number 2 in damage from yesterday, but after he goes down with his 5 eliminations, it's all up to Mr.Savage trying to get ahead. A good amount of materials, but the issue is damage, shields. He's got the fishing rod. If he gets lucky enough here, if he pulls some shield fish, some floppers, anything to put him back into the game, it could be legendary with a shield fish getting picked up from the first fish, as now he's still 87 below though, Taco. I don't know if he could just fish this one out. I think he might have to just start looking for tags.
he's just fishing for placement at this point, hoping that the shield fish and the floppers can buy him enough time that somebody else gets eliminated in the process. A small fry even just to give him an extra little touch of HP, but again,
Elo, elo, da, da, da. Ne-ai dat invite.
Bro, mi-ai dat invite. Spune-mi pana mea ce e.
Ne-ai dat invite.
Spui mâncați-și gura ta. Bro, spune ce e în pana mea. Bă, dar tu nu înțelegi că eu te aud pe tine? Adică eu te aud că tu ai microfonul pornit și tu nu vorbești. Vorbește, mă, Versace! Mă, ce, mă? De ce nu vorbești? Bă, au... Nu, ăsta e... Deci, efectiv, eram cu el pe aici, în fine. Efectiv, nu vorbea. Auzeam un copil pe fundal, mă auzeam și pe mine că nu știe microfon și că șteare. Doamne ferește. Ia, uimește-mă, vorbești sau nu vorbești? Bă, vorbești!
Că mi-aș pula măta.
Ia auziți-l, bă! Bă, ce copil inteligent! Ok, o să fac ceva imediat. Ok. Ah, bă, dar sincer o să fac după live, o să-i fac ceva șmecherie rău de tot. O să o fac la finalul live-ului, dacă mi-amintesc, dacă nu, o să o fac off live. Cine a luat win? Vico?
Thank you so much. Well, I mean, Frank 11 mini. What just happened? Thank you so much. Well, I mean, confidence, experience, and sheer fracking power. This is a trio, boys, that absolutely has it all. They're set out their stall. They started their mean to go on day 2 on the Major 1 finals. And 11, it's just looking so good for these boys right now.
I said it yesterday when you asked me, who am I looking at? They say, are they in a good spot? They're in the pole position. I'm loving this start to the day for this trio. Finally, get a zone, by the way. Can we talk about that for a second? Yesterday was unbelievable, the zones we were getting. We finally see them get a zone. They're able
Ia
to play for
uitați-i
Islanders
pe
as a result of it eliminating,
băieți.
and then you see the way the rest of the game plays
Ce o
out
să-mi
from there.
faci?
Venom with the medallion, the best
Păi
in
bă,
the
dacă
world
ești
when
așa
he has
curios,
that
în primul rând
position on him,
nu
and
înțeleg
then
ce...
two
Bă,
other players
crede-mă
with
că...
him, Vico, Flixie,
Bă, cred că
Vico,
și eu aș fi
doing
reacționat
a
la
big
vârsta
1v1
ta.
at the end to get the job
Gen,
done.
când aveam eu
Very
vârsta
happy
ta
for this
și eu
team
cred
right
că
now.
la fel îl reacționam. Gen, dar nu prea cred că la fel de prost. Dar o să fac ceva ce nu te aștepți. Nu știu cum să zic, deodată ce te am la prieteni, eu te pot căuta pe Google pe Fortnite Tracker. E, acolo poți să-ți găsești datele tale, înțelegi, care ți-ai creat contul, și eu în care se joacă și după ce te joci și așa mai departe. Și după contul de YouTube la fel, care te pot căuta pe Nightbot și poți să-ți iau datele contului. Și acolo, decât atâta zic, mai multe detalii nu-ți dau. Nu dau mai multe detalii.
Well, yeah, again, just that breath, that cool,
Nu dau.
right, when, you know, he has a knock that he's picked up, so you have some time to play in the storm, right, because you have that damage you can work with,
Dacă
right?
te-ai prins, te-ai prins, dacă
And
nu...
then obviously you can go pick up the medallion now from
Bă,
Venom, right?
stați
And the
puțin să
medallion
pun
is
și eu
the key
microfonul ăsta.
from taking height off
Cred
of,
că ați
you know,
auzit numai microfoane.
Demas and Pigs and them here, right? Because look, you see
Yes.
Demas goes down, he's running out of mats, and Vico identifies this, so instead of continuing to top out and allowing Demas to actually just like spray him down, he's playing with his HP, he has the chunk splashes to work with, and he's able to just chip away at his HP very easily there. So really composed win from Vico, which again is something that maybe you wouldn't have always said about Vico as a player.
Deci a făcut Vico cu Venom și cu Flixie atâtea puncte cât a făcut Zandy primul turneu. Deci au făcut 150 de 8. No. Mamă, pe 19. Oh, Seti și Kami, bă! Bă, a revenit Seti și Kami, bă! Nu mai ai că ți-am dat remove friend. De la friend, păi te-am avut, bro. Te-am avut. Și atât ce te-am avut, oricum, chiar dacă nu te-am la friend. Gen, chiar dacă nu te-am avut la... Chiar dacă nu te-am la friend, eu tot te pot căuta pe Fortnite Tracker. Așa că... ai belit-o. Cum s-ar zice pe românește? Bă, dar a revenit Seti și Cam, ești nebun la cap? Bă, dar ce ascultă ăștia, mă, în cavaș? Dacă îmi dai ban, o să vezi tu. Bro, am filmare pe live, gen cu numele tău, cu tot, poți să schimbi și nume, poți să faci orice. Ok, nu știu ce mi-a părut. Dar gen, am filmare care pot să trimit la Epic, în care eu să trimit la Epic Games și o să-ți baneze contul în scurt timp. Pe bune. Mai jucat pe live și e pe live, gen. Așa că n-ai ce să faci. O să-ți baneze contul de YouTube, TikTok, numărul de telefon o să-l mai ai, Fortnite-ul nu o să-l mai ai, contul de Fortnite e papa. Gen, mai bucură-te astă seară de el.
2 of the FNCS Major 1 finals, and Europe is truly representing today because we just witnessed the greatness, the fitness of Flixie, Veno, and Vico. What a 1v1 between Vico and Demas, and there's plenty more to talk about from this game. One of the things I want to draw people's attention to very quickly is that the top 5 is surely left wide open now, because actually 3 of our trios who were in the top 5 at the end of day 1 actually went down early. So we lost Queasy's trio, Sky's trio, and Pixie's trios, and as you can see, that's clearly had an impact on the standings, Benny Miner.
Yeah, it has, and that just makes this game for Vico, Veno, and Flixie just that much more impactful and important for them. You can even see, look, the top 5 teams, only one team out of those has actually picked up a victory royale across the course of the 7 games so far. You know, look at that. Vico, Veno, Flixie with 3 at the very top, and that's really the difference.
Bă, te rog, nu-mi da bani. Am un prieten care lucrează la Epic Games. Bă, tu ce înseamnă un prieten de lucrează la Epic Games? Bă, e ca și cum ți-a zice, cred că ți-a zis unul pe la școală sau unul de te mai întâlnești cu el, dar n-are multă minte. Îți dai seama cine, să zici unul de nici nu știe să vorbească 2 cuvinte în engleză, ești nebun la cap. E ca și cum ți-a spune, a, ce bă, eu lucrez în Parlament mâine, am numărul lui Iohannis, dacă vrei mâine sun să-mi aducă nu știu ce. Ce mă? Ce te-a păcălit, mă? Oricum bani tot îți dau. Gen, bani, te banez. Într-un minut încep... Într-un minut începem meciul. Bă, știi ce vreau să mă uit? Gen, câte puncte... Eu vreau ca Zandy să ia top 10.
Another trio that's stepping things up into day 2 is Malibuka, Ping, and Wox, because Malibuka, he is not going to go down without a fight, Mini-One. He wants that
nu mai plânge, bro, chiar dacă faci mișto, chiar dacă nu faci, oricum e GG, să știi. 220 de puncte trebuia să facă Zandy și l-a făcut. Deci 152, vine 48.
Well, more of a favourable zone for them, Levin. So I want to see them keeping on this momentum because they can do it, and they're a team that can have that firepower.
Nu să mai pot juca cu tati. Salta, bro.
And I do agree. I think a lot of people saw them as a contender. I did, you did, right? You had them as a winner, right?
I did.
Say too much about that. But, you know, they're getting back in there. They're finding some momentum. I think they went down in a couple mid games yesterday in fights where you maybe would have expected them to win. So hopefully they can get back to their best firepower-wise today.
Can I just also PSA, Cammy did make it to the end game in game 7, whereas yesterday I think they had issues in every single game in terms of their off spawn. We didn't make a single end game, so things are looking up. The problem is,
vrei să-ți dau un cont să-l încerci cu TDL? Băianis! Da, al cui e gen?
In the case of Veno, Vico, and Flixie, which I'm sure all of our trios will be trying to emulate as we head into game number 8.
Thanks so much, Frankie. Mini-Miner, but Takada, if Game 7 is any indication of what we can expect for the rest of our matches here today in the finals, it's going to be a barn burner.
It's going to be non-stop action. I mean, when some of these trios are able to make it to endgame, they just absolutely pop off. But speaking of the early game, we still have a lot of things going on. Lost Lake, Seaport, it's just non-stop third party, fourth party, fifth party. I mean, team after team are going in to join the party, and we don't have to wait long before we see it again because game 2 starts now.
Au început.
Game 8 is going to be our secondary match of day 2 here.
Bă, nu știu, sunt mai mulți pe el, dar vorbesc cu ei să nu intre. Bă, Ianis, dacă e mâine pe live, ok? Mâine îl încerc cu, chiar îl încerc pe live. Și mersi mult de tot, bă, că îmi dai și mă susții. Chiar apreciez.
Yeah, UX and his trio that actually ended up taking out Shxrk, and Tini in the last match. They're actually also in their first ever FNCS major finals, so seeing them take out a veteran trio that's so good at fighting as well is quite impressive. We'll see if they're able to do it again here though, as Shxrk is looking for some connections with the SMG, but as Gavi has already been cracked, the pressure has been put onto him, and so far it is just kind of angles back and forth. But a C-port, we have it once again. Murstache, Queasy, Swizzy need to be careful here as they do find that initial pick. Queasy got dropped down to just a sliver of HP, but it doesn't matter as long as they got that elim.
The main thing here is that none of them were knocked, so considering that it's now Momsy just fleeing for any semblance of saving his life here, there probably won't be as much third party taking place because teams are going to notice, okay, that fight was cleaned up a little bit too quickly. They're likely going to have a massive advantage with establishing themselves in Seaport. It's better to just rotate elsewhere for Surge.
Taking a look again here at Tini Shxrk.
Păi scuze, dar ăsta ți-l dau doar să îl încerc, să faci o filmare, ceva. Da, bro, nu e problemă.
Give them the advantage here onto Uik in the 2v1. Tini needing to connect one shot, and just like that, it's going to be 1-1 here at Shogun Solitude.
Should hopefully be able to get that reboot off in time, but still have to think about those third-party opportunities. It'd be nice to see one of them looking to kind of keep tabs
pe contul meu mă joc ăsta.
on scoping the landscape surrounding them or feeding into Shogun Solitude. That seems to be the intent from Tini. Wants to make sure that Svi's reboot goes off uninterrupted.
Yeah, we did see third parties come through, but hopefully they should be good. As we look back over to Lost Lake with Cammy, Seti, Hari. I mean, they made it to the end game in the last match. Didn't get top 3, top 5, but it was an improvement, a significant one from yesterday's matches. And even though they don't have a lot of loot or mats or basically anything, at least all of them are up and running.
But it's the fact that they've essentially had to abandon Lost Lake last match and what looks like this one as well, Takata. They're just not able to get any of the material, any of the loot they need, like you just mentioned, and they're going to be encountering teams that are hungry for those early surge fights. So when you're left
revin 2 minute. Adică voi vedeți, dar doar că doar las puțin căștile jos.
For Cammy and Seti and Hari to make something of it, but X-Force F9, Robin, this is a very familiar fight here at Magic Mosses.
Yeah, the patience came through. They looked for that 3-2-1. Unfortunately, though, I think they just landed a singular AR shot onto Gripey, so nothing to fully commit. As now, as the tags have followed through, it might actually be enough to just corner themselves here. As for 9, X-Force and Ravon are not done pushing. They continue to get on in. Looks like even a potential pre-edit coming through as the triple spray continues. Water sprite on the ground, back and forths. I'm thinking this might even end in a soft engagement. As X-Force has to be careful. He gets fully knocked. For 9 as well, just a couple shots away as he goes down. Potentially just one shot more. This is a world of danger for X-Force and his trio. Noms, Gripey, Rizoi turning this fight around.
Just an underground battle, duking it out, but Noms, Rizoi, Gripe, the moment that they recognize we've already got knock, we've already got the elim, you know that there's going to be no other result other than a full-on key charge here. Eyedrop Sky, Scroll continuing to make their presence known on these southern sections of the map. They love making these early rotates from Rolling Blossoms Farm, putting pressure onto teams that are trying to essentially prevent themselves from getting cleaned up super early on. Janice, Chap, and Noah Riley had a relatively difficult day one. We saw there are instances where we thought that they were going to have crazy pop-offs, and they did towards the end of yesterday, but you want to make sure that you are repeating that consistently.
Yeah, that's the thing about having 12 matches to be played out. In terms of iDrop Sky Scroll, what they're consistently doing are looking for those third parties. It looks like maybe it was earlier, but at least not now. They didn't go over to Seaport. Normally that Seaport third party is literally like a minute, 30 seconds after they drop. But with Queasy having finished that fight off so early on, it looks like they're just at Mask Meadows looking for a bit more damage. And Frizzy, Lucia, Rakuza, which is Starkus, had a rough start to the previous match, but it looks like they were at least able to get a bit of damage in this engagement. We'll see if it continues on later as we head back over to Veno, Vico, and Flixie. We're getting a bit more fraggy here in the early to mid game.
Yeah, Veno's team taking notice of what's been going down at Lost Lake, and they want a part of it. Vico just immediately editing Vipro into his box. That is so tragic. There's nowhere left to run. But two big eliminations this early on, Takada. And depending on how these zones favor them, have to remember, yesterday we did see a ton of south pulling zones. If I'm not mistaken, I believe at least 5 of them were leaning that direction. So knowing that it might be a little bit more favorable for them if the zones continue to pull northern like they did in Game 7, that could be a real runaway opportunity here in Day 2.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully. We did what was interesting, only see a couple eliminations from them up until like what, the second or third moving, but then they turned a couple into 15. So as long as just able to get to those late games, a good amount of loot, mass damage, everything you need kind of from that checklist, then hopefully we can see them continue to frag out. And also, hey, shout out to Pix, Demus, and Darm. I mean, starting off Game 7, the first game.
Sunt tot eu Ianis, dar sunt pe calculator. Păi, dacă mă poți ajuta și cu un subscribe, bro, dă un subscribe și like la live-ul ăsta, gen.
And that's gonna leave it up to him and his duo to try and get out of this situation against what most likely is iDrop Sky and Scroll. But no, it's actually gonna be Chap. It's gonna be Yanis. You gotta be careful, the pressure's on them. Water Sprite coming through, but you hear the Typhoon Blade. It's dangerous. It means I wanna go in your box. As the knock's gonna come through. One more player left to be eliminated by Yanis and Chat, but are they gonna continue pushing? Do they want to get a bit of a disengagement? Doesn't matter, the double pump comes through, and Ju gets knocked down.
That is definitely not what Ju was anticipating on the other end.
Okay.
Wall here, but Yanis, he's still just stuck trying to fend for himself. Chap unfortunately picked off. Third-party success so far from Pixovsky's trio. They lied and waited for so long in that southern portion of the map, and now it's paying off dividends here because they've got a solo, isolated Yanis, nowhere left to run, fully out of material to begin with, and Pixovsky just fully benefiting, fully ready to start actually moving forward.
I mean, doing what they could. Or, well, Yanis was doing what he could to survive, but when you got 3 players playing full aggro onto you, it's only a matter of time. Pixie, Vanya, Marius, hopefully able to make something happen here in Game 8. Not the best start to the day, but with 2 eliminations on the board already, our higher hopes for this trio so far.
I think the higher hopes conversation is largely just stemming from the fact that you have to remember this is one of our teams that just barely scraped by to being in the Major 1 finals in the first place. But if you managed to catch any of their action through that last chance qualifier, I mean, they opened up with a massive entry point. The 3 of the first matches they played being Victory Royales in a format that was exclusively dependent on Victory Royales in order to win here, and yet throughout the course of this Major 1 finals, Takada, we have yet to see them win a game. We know that they have the firepower capabilities, but the fact of the matter is they just haven't managed to connect it all the way through.
Just shows the difference of play-ins, groups, and you can see Major finals as iDrop Sky and Scroll are looking for a chop here. A potential opening for some shots on the trio up above. Have they pre-placed the Orni masks? Hopefully they have, because if not, it's a world of danger for them as Sky continues to find an angle here. Gotta be careful as now eyes are gonna be on them from all the trios in the surrounding area, but all they need is a bit of damage, even a knock to give them that entry point.
Vezi că dacă răspund mai greu nu merge butonul de Windows. Ok. Când apară pe mesaj, să mai sunt aici. La ușă mă așteaptă Gigi. Chiar sunt curios cât am până acum. Am o oră 20 de live până acum, m-am stresat până la 4 ore, 45 ore. Asta o să fie cel mai lung live de pe canal până acum. Așa sper.
They did get a bit of back and forth anyways, so half of a soft fight is gonna be enough to withstand a little longer. I mean, how central they are as well in terms of the zone, the amount of trios around them. There should be more opportunities here to find those tags as they continue to make use of their time refarming builds from POIs or just previous structures. As we look back at Vico, Veno, Flixi, what's going on over here?
Just clearing out the area. They've got great bush coverage as is, just natural map environment doing them a solid here, but Vico, Flixi, Veno, they're definitely still hunting. They notice surge bases off in the distance, so they're trying to make sure that they keep a wall constantly blocking off that angle from other teams to try and take advantage of it. But with the way that the Shogun's Arena is just coming into our viewpoint, this team has one thing in mind, and it is tackling Shoguns for sure.
Already marked on the map. Vico just saying, hey, you know, we're taking a little bit too much time here, guys. Let's clear the bushes in front of us, make sure we've got a direct path, and try and make something happen as this appears. But it's going to be Nefrizzi, Lucia, and Starkus who are under the island as well. Will they make a play for it though, is what I'm wondering.
Don't forget about Queasy.
Yeah, they know what's about to happen, as it looks like Swizzy on the opposite end. You said it yourself. Queasy and his trio want this. Nefrizzi wants it as well. We got a lot of trios contesting it this time around.
A lot of action
Bă,
taking
dar
place.
până să mă apuc de mâncat, sunt curios dacă a murit Zandy. Dacă a murit, chiar nu mai am nicio speranță pentru el. A murit. No way, nu mai am speranțe pentru Zandy. Gen, no way. Eu stau aici în momentul ăsta pentru Zandy și el moare.
Getting off the island is next to impossible, especially when you've got two teams full of sharpshooters.
Maybe you won't want to get off the island anytime soon though,
Acum
because
pe bune.
I mean, I'd say there's a decent chance that this island actually does pull towards the later zones in the match, so they might be able to use that to their favor. But the issue is now, you know, getting aggression from the Shogun boss is going to cause a world of chaos around any trio that gets it. So in the meantime, it is just going to be look for tags and kind of wait for an opening if they ever do want to try and take on that boss with other trios around.
Shogun just waiting for an opponent, waiting for an enemy. Imagine somebody accidentally manages to crossfire him in the process of looking for tags on the others, but Swizzy just keeping steady tabs right now on Vico and Flixi. It is nice though, all of the valuable resources, material that's actually provided, and obviously the viewpoint as well from being so far up in comparison to the rest of the lobby. Mongraal and Panzer specifically are going to need to be really careful in that surge base because Queasy knows exactly where they're at.
I love the angles that Murstache is taking too, under the ramp edits, trying to just close as much off as possible to keep himself safe and secure, while still having openings on the opponents rotating through. But it seems like the zone is pulling further away from this Rift Island, so Shogun's Arena is going to get started here. The battle is going to commence for the boss fight, but who's going to end up taking it?
Right now it seems to be in favor of Swizzy and Mr.Savage. They're trying to prevent any tags coming out of Vico's team so that the Shogun doesn't teleport over to their side as well. They want to limit its movements as much as possible. Savage still having to be incredibly wary, not just of the team up on the Shogun's arena, but also the teams directly surrounding his area. Teams that are trying to cross over into the zone, pushing from those southern sections up towards Edge. That's pulling just a little bit over Twinkle Terrace. But Savage, they've got ample amounts of damage above this threshold right now. They're not in a rush necessarily.
Yeah, but maybe there's some trios by them that are, and those are the ones they want to capitalize on, but the Onimasks are going to come through as Flixie has gotten into a fight. They said, I'm not going to give you this Shogun spawns for free. I drop Sky and Scroll joining the party as they are 131 above, looking to see if they can finish off any player. Flixie got knocked, it seems, on the feed. I think Vico or Veno as well. Looking not too great for our leading trio so far, as Vico seems to be the only player standing so far. And iDrop might have just found him.
The Danes just heisted Shogun's arena from both of these teams. Veno never saw it coming. He was so fixated on Queasy's team that he didn't have an opportunity to actually defend himself there. iDrop, what a beam. More importantly still, they might have that Shogun's Battalion Takata, but what they don't have is Matt's teams continuing to collapse directly underneath this arena. And now it's going to come down to whether or not Queasy Mr.Savage even let them leave the island.
Gotta be careful as the shots are big from Mr.Savage. iDrop dropped to a sliver of HP as he's trying to run away, do what he can to escape, but they're in the storm as well, getting ticked second by second. It's a 2-tick. Mr.Savage, Swizzy, Queasy, are they gonna let this one slide? Are they gonna try and finish it off quickly? That's the decision they have to make. There's so many trios directly below them that are gonna be looking back at this island. It's not gonna be a simple rotate. You have a full trio in front of you that originally wanted to fight you, and now it's going to continue as cracks are going to come through, but no full-on get in yet.
Mr.Savage just trying to find these separate overhead angles, but they might not have time to stick around. Only one splash left on Mr.Savage, and Queasy knows they can play the barrel for a time being, but they need to get off the island. They don't want to get caught up for much longer than what they need to. iDrop's team, they could look to just try and hold inside the edge of zone if they beat them there, which, by the looks of things, they're definitely in a much better position loadout-wise in comparison to iDrop's team.
Yeah, well, actually, they might not even have to get off the island. I mean, it is going to pull back towards it, so with the amount of heals, I mean, it could be a potential just stay-put situation, but iDrop Sky Scroll 138 below 18 HP. It's looking a lot more grim for them compared to Queasy and his trio. They have waited long enough, but now they really have to hit their shots on all the trios rotating in, but Sky has already been knocked down to the storm. Malibuka knows this now as he's got the knock. They can choose to just play aggressive here and take them out.
Queasy and Swizzy, they weren't able to get close enough in time. iDrop Sky Scroll forced to make their way closer. Scroll on the other side of the wall is the only healthy one realistically from this trio, and it's not even by much. Mr.Savage nearly managed to find a big shot onto him, but Scroll's gonna keep looking for that right side peek. Tagged one more time from behind, looking to just try and break down into their boxes. The wind tunnel's working against him, and so is Surge.
They can't let them take damage here. They know iDrop Sky and Scroll need the tags, but they are going to be able to eliminate them. Mr.Savage, Swizzy, Queasy, get the medallion, get prime positioning on the island, the triple refresh, and now everything needed to close out the rest of this match.
Mr.Savage with that medallion too is definitely a frightening sight. Vico all the while, this poor man just getting held outside a zone. The odds of him being able to build up placement from this position is so heavily against him, but he might be able to make something work. We all know Vico is definitely capable of picking up frags in clutch situations. It's just everything kind of stems, and the future of the zone just gracing him there.
Marius on the other end of his build had a similar plan in mind. As now they're kind of roommates here down below the bridge. As more players come through, and one of the teams is going to be Mr.Savage, Swizzy, and Queasy. If they find out Vico's a solo. could be tragic. But so far, the triple sprays are going to come through on the backside of zone. Mr.Savage gonna pick up that eliminated player. Marius picks Ivania, just doing what they can to stay ahead.
This is big though. Looked like Chicho and Trulex definitely trying to get involved in the action underneath that bridge. Uppull as well. Gantry, Finchek, another one of our teams. Considered a bit of a dark horse, bit of an up-and-comer scenario. And they've had a pretty solid performance stemming out of day one. They even moved themselves up a couple of places after match 7 on that leaderboard to be in the top 5. But Finchek, he's got to defend it now. Blaha, Mixin on the other end. But currently, the time is just not in Finchek's favor. He has to get into the box.
Yeah, it's looking like a fighting angle. You can't get tags when you're 308 before. You got to get on in here. Shotgun shots connected, even a pre-edit, anything to play aggressive onto Blaha and Mixin. But Cammy said he's taking shots from the side. The eyes are on them now. Finchek gets knocked down. Uppull, it's all up to him as the shots come through, but his teammate explodes right in front of him. Gets the refresh. 87 above. Floppers put the good use, but now they have to withstand as a duo with just a little bit of damage above the threshold.
He's at least still got Contry with him though, so maybe they'll get a chance to kind of squirm their way through that low ground. Teeny Svi though, they are feeling the pressure. Surge continuing to just tick away at their HP bars. Chino not gonna get the chance to TP away just yet. Teeny taking a good chunk of his HP with it, but Teeny's also cracked. TV's just so low. Team's bound to scat out the fact that this is a weakened player.
That's what he needed, though. He needed that damage. It's exactly what he got now. Just a bit of time to pop those big shields and regroup with his team. They're ahead of zone. This could be good. All they have to do is recuperate what they lost, but Haris doesn't have any heals. Teeny just had a couple bigs. I don't even know what Skavi has. This is looking worse and worse the more I inspect it, as Malabuka is going to be the trio on the other end of their builds. Here, I would just look back, see if they can get tags on the trios rotating in, as they still do need more damage.
They'll likely have to forfeit front side of that low ground. Healthier teams are going to have it in their sights. Vanya, Pixie, Marius still dealing with the likes of Surge as well. 7 below. A singular shot is all that separates them from the ability to have time to think about where they want to trek next. They're still making it work, just 15 above now currently, but they need to TP ahead. Teams already establishing themselves on height are going to shut them down if they don't make it to front side soon.
Haris has lost his team, now left alone. Is going to recuperate what he can, but with the Oni mask coming through, 30 HP, it's going to be a difficult one to come out from. Malabuka, Ping, and Walks are going to get the triple Oni mask ahead of zone. Good job playing into the zone there. You tank a bit, but it's what it takes to get a front-end position. Now it's all about claiming space, blocking off the others. And what a surprise! It's Queasy, it's Mr.Savage, it's Swizzy once again claiming the high ground.
They would have liked a little bit more match though. These wood builds are bound to be chopped out by teams sitting in the mid-ground layers. Atris though, just trying to remain as hidden as possible. Doesn't want anyone to recognize him. Malabuka, big tag from behind. Not enough though to even draw his shields. Pixie now gonna keep trying to keep his intention towards height. Mr.Savage even gonna play a little bit of disruption factor here, make them reconsider if they actually want to have those floors open above them. And Mr.Savage tagging teams as they continue to try to move frontwards.
You called it out. It's a red flag. Only wood on the high ground. It's free pickings for the opposing trio, saying these guys must not have a lot of mats. We could maybe even contest it, and that's exactly what Mr.Savage, Mongraal, and Panzer had in mind. With 47 builds, a bit more hard match, they might just be able to successfully overthrow this.
Savage won a game yesterday. Savage trying to win another one here today. Marius just trying to keep moving his way forward. He is so smothered with all these a little bit more time onto the likes of Chicho. But still, they have to tank a little bit of storm here. They know they can't be the first ones in, but that pull back saving them.
Hai, că am vorbit. Mi-am pus microfonul, gen aproape și am vorbit.
Mr.Savage does have that medallion, but high ground, it's getting contested once again.
And Savage, he doesn't have the HP to continue the fight. He's been knocked. Pixovsky's team looking to clean up the pieces, and Savage knows he just lost Mongraal. He's gonna be forced to drop here instead. Nom's gonna catch him on that rotation out. Spotted the fact that it's a solo. Malabuka, Ping, and Walks, though, still a fully intact trio. Decent amount of mats, and they continue to control the low ground.
Look above, though. It's Cammy, it's Seti, it's Harry, all from yesterday getting annihilated to now the comeback in day 2. Everything's on the line for them after Merstash goes down. Noms, Gripey doing what they can to hold low, but there's still more players down below.
There's Malabuka, Ping, and Walks just on the other side of these walls. That was who their real contenders were going to be for this low ground all along. You can hear the feet stomping all around. Malabuka might have the angle, but Eclipse looking to get involved.
That's a solo looking in for a battle of 2 duos and a trio. Malabuka trying to find another angle to stay ahead. He needs to find an opening onto Eclipse here. They need to get him out of the match. The shots come through. Trying to play a bit defensive, but Walks is going to hit a massive one onto Noms, taking him out. Eclipse still is up. They're stuck in the dirt now. They have to find a way up, but on top of them, it's going to be Cammy, it's going to be Seti, it's going to be Harry just waiting for them.
This is huge, though. Malabuka, Walks, and Ping. They've still got to deal with the likes of Bull and dropping underneath. Hari gonna open things up here. Massive engage. This is so favorable. This is the massive game we were expecting to see yesterday, and now Hari trying to bring
I-am
it to
așezat
life.
și eu Mi-am așezat și eu microfonul, măi, căpușelor. Ok, cine a câștigat că n-am văzut? Spune, a câștigat Cami!
Would have had this team in a more favorable position heading off of day 1 yesterday, but the recovery tour is alive.
Bă, cred că da.
I'm not gonna say it's well just yet, but it's there. We have signs of life from our Polish team.
It's looking promising from getting annihilated off spawn yesterday to now changing things up a little bit. They're going out of their drop spawn.
Mamă, bă, uite ce joacă Char... Bă, vere! Da, mă, da! Seti, Cami și Charlie, bă, chat. Comeback, ești nebun. Big comeback de ieri.
Fantastic commentary from you guys, and congratulations to Cami, Seti and Shxrk. I've always called them since joining this desk the day 2 team, and yes, we don't have the 1.5 times multiplier, but they're still showing up and showing what they can do on day 2. But interestingly, as Takata just said, these guys, they had to leave Lost Lake early. We thought that last we'd seen of them, and yet
până comentează ăștia. Cami și Seti sunt pe locul 2, bă, mă vine să credeți, mă. A depășit și pe Vico, bă, chat, bă. Bă, chiar sunt fericit. De capul lui Zandy și al lui Ju și al lui Shxrk, locul 26, 16 puncte, vai de mama lor. Pe ce top? Da, pe locul 20, Zandy momentan. Seti și Cami l-au depășit. Ia, bă, nu. Nu. Ce se întâmplă, chat? Bă, am pisicul aici lângă mine. Bă, dar ce muzică bagă și ăștia pe fundal. Bă, bagă o muzică. Bă, de cacao rău de tot, n-am, chiar de ce să zic. A, pe cred că e muzică de aia cu nou copyright gen. Da, sot. ...30 de secunde și începe meciul 3.
Welcome back to the Major One Finals of FNCS.
Gata,
Here.
mă.
I'm Frankie, I'm joined by Mini Miner and 112k, and I feel so ready to crown our first champion of Chapter 6, but we've got a little way to go before then. So why don't we break down what happened in game number 8, boys, by looking at the standings and seeing how they've impacted things. Because Cammy, Seti and Cherry, they might have just taken the Victory Royale, but we won't see them on page number 1, Mini, because they didn't have the best start on day 1 of the finals.
No, that's definitely not the case at all. They didn't have a very good start at all. 19th place for this team. Really, really nice for them. Boosting their way up. This is exactly what we know that they can do. Nice victory round from them. That was probably the most messy game we've seen in terms of high ground takes. So they were able to sort of take advantage of that really well. But I'm just looking at this sort of top 5 right now. Look at how close it is. Vico, Venom, Flixie went down very early there. 18th place. So they didn't get any placement points there. And that's why their points haven't gone up too much. But look at that ping. Wox, Malabuka closing in really, really closely right now, and it's all down to this game right here. 11 really, really nicely played. A second place, of course, in the end, and I mean, wow, this is exactly what I expected from this team, and I'm really glad that they're starting day 2 with a plum right now.
The standings are so volatile, but it's good to see these guys rising. Because when you know, when I was doing my VOD reviewing and research going into this final, the one thing I loved about this team is that they very much remind me of like Manabuka and Mustache way back in the day in duos, where like you just don't want to be on the same layer as these
Să
guys
vedeți,
in
uite,
mid-game,
comeback o
in
să
endgame,
dea
sorry.
Seti,
Right,
Kami
like,
și
it's a
Charlie.
nightmare to play against, and
Că
you
se
give them
putea să
opportunity, they are gonna
se
make
poți
your
să
game,
joace
make your
tryhard.
life so difficult. And again, if they can keep playing like keep putting them in those situations in the end game, they're gonna cause havoc in this lobby, and they're gonna keep rising in those standings and give Venovico Flixie a good run for their money.
And just in a reminder, if you missed yesterday's pre-show, Miniminer actually predicted Malibuca's trio to take the active champions, whereas Levin put them as the runner-up because Levin actually put Vico, Benno, and Flixie. So the two of you are looking like your competition is going to be the fiercest of all. These trios are representing you. Your reputations are on the line. Let's talk about the mid-game of the game that we just saw, because there was a lot of focus on the island this time. We had 3 parties going at it. One of them, yeah, even more than that. But as you can see, though, Levin, tell me what happened.
Yeah, so look, already this is very different to what we were seeing on the island the first day, right? And
eu sunt uimit complet de ce putură să facă Seti și Cami și Charlie. Bă, sper că le zice bine numele, cel puțin Charlie, sper că așa îl cheamă. Că, na.
Some point, iDrop's team eventually go up here. They end up getting a big beam onto Veno. They take him down. They push Veno, Vico, Flixie, take them out of the game. But they're still low on Surge. The Frizzy's trio was like, I don't want any problems in this. Like, there's way too many people up here. This is not what we signed up for. They dropped down. Queasy, Mustache, and Swizzy though waited for the perfect timing. They waited. They knew if they played a long game, they were gonna win it out. And I think mini now we're gonna see the island look like that in a lot more of these games, especially on some of those northern poles. I think we're gonna see 4 or 5 different teams up there.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's going to be less of that sort of path to victory now that more teams are going up there. We saw it with Queasy, as you mentioned. They, of course, ended up being the team that managed to claim the island. But what happened when they took high? They didn't have the materials to hold on to because they were battling it out with all the other teams that were up there. So now, once that was the island, that was the sort of easy win condition for these teams. Get up there, make sure you save all those materials. Now you have to fight for that position, and that, of course, expends so much of that material and that ammo that you were saving from doing it previously. So that's why Queasy's team didn't quite have as good of a day there. But I'm excited to see how this island dynamic changes.
Mă refeream la Zandy
Levin, what
și
does
la
this mean for Veno, Vico, and Flixie's game plan? Because we saw them rotate early. They didn't go for the medallion. That went to Mustache in the end. I'm just wondering, given that it was such a key part of their game plan on day 1, do you think that's going to change today?
No, I think they just need to be a bit more aware and play the long game a bit and realize that realistically they can handle anyone in a fight. They just can't give early damage away like they did to iDrop's trio.
All right, well, everything's to play for the active champions, but also the island itself. So let's head into game number 9 and let the showdown begin.
Thank you, Frankie. So many things to keep in mind. Island battles, off-spawn engagements continuing forwards. I mean, we had Cami, Seti, and Harry who came out, I mean, basically in shambles from their drop spot and ended up winning the whole match. So going into game 9, Taco, I don't know what to expect.
Yeah, it's just really impressive how teams are able to essentially find themselves or put themselves into those winning positions despite what might look like a relatively scuffed early game. So Shogun's Arena, though, is going to be the real key factor here, I think, for me, as far as our top 5 teams are concerned. And we'll get into the action now with game 9.
Enis, Kavi, and Haris have had a bit of trouble at Shogun's Arena. The good news is, in the last match, they were able to come out on top. Looking at the bus path, too, it is going to be a quick battle, having the bus landing so close. But for Lost Lake, we'll have to see what does end up happening. If you're Cami, if you're Seti, if you're Harry here, I'm trying to think, you know, what can you possibly change? They're just such in a difficult position with the third parties that come through that even coming from that victory royale, knowing how to, you know, successfully play these last matches of day 2, it's a tough one.
Seaport City and Lost Lake are just 2 central locations on the map where seeing any form of success, considering the way that the competitive meta has essentially extended towards fighting on the outskirts.
Bă, ăștia stau spectei numai pe ăștia să mă bată mama.
Mustache wins the drop though. Big pump to start things off.
Another pump coming through from Queasy as well. That's 2 on the board already. 1 left to finish it off, but Mustache has been eliminated. The good news is that Swizzy's not gonna miss.
Bă, ăștia îi bat mereu pe contest.
Like that, before you can even look at your surroundings, the early game engagement is gonna go in favor to Queasy and Co. But for Cami, Seti, and Hari coming from the victory royale, it would be devastating if they get eliminated so early on in the next match, as Akira and his trio are doing what they can to hold their ground.
But if they get third-partied here yet again super early on, I love the fact that we saw them in the last match just full on disengaged. Don't even bother trying to extend this fight. Podesai though, he's got a force to be reckoned with here, but doesn't stand a chance up against Ari. It's gonna bring him down. Cammy though from behind Akira with a surprise factor, and Ari now left and defend just barely a sliver of HP.
The biggest issue, there's a whole other trio coming in to join the party. Even though Akira Xleads Podesai are going back to back with Cammy, Seti, Hari. Now with a whole other trio looking to finish it up. This is just a repeat of what we saw yesterday.
This is a tragedy as well for both France and Poland. When you really boil it all down here, Takada, it's only Hari that is left to survive from that initial engagement. And he's gonna have to sit tight for a while because it really does seem as though Bithro's team is fully aware there's still one member straggling around here, and they want to find him.
Yeah, Granite Kaiser's Dynus continuing with that. You saw how quickly they were able to get from their drop spot to the third party. I mean, that was the pro of Seaport City, how fast Murstache and his trio were able to kind of clean up that fight before any potential third parties could come through. But for Pingwoks and Malibuka, not only feeling confident going into this match with their place on the leaderboard, but also having 3 elims off the rip to back it up. How did that even happen?
Volko, it's going to be the starting point here. It would appear Wox, big cleanup, and he just continues it as well, finding that secondary elimination onto Shxrk. Contesting Malibuka's team at Night Shift Forest is definitely a bold decision. Maybe Volko's team was hoping to try and catch them a little bit more off guard here, but Wox and Ping, when it comes to clutch scenarios, especially for Malibuka's team, they've been delivering for the most part.
Yes, they have, and I mean, just gave them some free surge now in Game 9, so we'll see if they continue doing that in the last few matches as iDrop, Sky, and Scroll are in a bit of a tussle themselves. Starkist and Frizzy on the defensive inside the box as iDrop now has to make the decision as an aggressive trio. Are they gonna just look for separate angles to try and find an opening? Are they gonna go for a fully aggressive play? Normally when you have potential third parties like Vanya and the surrounding areas, you want to just take these soft fights. You don't want to fully go on in, because even if you end up winning the fight, if you lose one of your trio and the third party comes through, it's just not gonna end well. So I think damage is what they're looking for.
It's just such a quick extension, though, from iDrop's team. So soon, aggressing southern portion at Hopeful Heights, and it's the fact that they decided to strike before Vanya's team has actually gotten into position, because all day yesterday we saw Vanya, Pixie, Varius, they were typically the ones engaging to start things off with the teams at Hopeful Heights, but now iDrop caught off guard entirely. Monet was just stealthy as ever, waiting on that turtle for him to rotate through.
Gotta be careful now, as eyes are on them. iDrop having gotten eliminated leaves Sky and Scroll in a bit more of a panic here, but the good news is, I was gonna say good news, I mean there's not much, honestly. They're in the middle of a sandwich that is not gonna be easy to get out of.
Not the only ones trying to escape. Veno, Flixie, Vika, they've got Robin in their sights yet again. They want to be the ultimate janitors here at Lost Lake.
Eu deci bă și pe Vico și pe toți ăștia aici nebun.
Even though Flixie and Veno still like a chance to cover some shields here, Haijo just immediately jumped the moment he was trying to break away, just separated from second to from his team, and Vico, certainly not someone to get caught out with.
Savage, Mongraal.
Already one elim on the board now, just kind of looking around to see there's an opening for more, but
păi și Savage facem.
Vico, Veno, Flixie,
Da.
they're good for now.
Bă, Zandy o să ia undeva la top 25.
Noah and Yanis once again trying to fight for their tags.
Bă, știți care e chestia? Măcar să fac earnings, văd, din turneul ăsta. Da, dacă te uiți că top 1 180.000 de euro, 120, gen, no way, top 25, top 25, 4.000, mamă, și măcar top
top 10, mă, dacă îl luăm. Na. Fac spun, Asta, hai să intru înapoi pe el.
Finds another player. Ziplining in. Does he know? It's what's on his mind as the third party comes through. It looks like Shxrk was able to play the sneaky route out of it. As Yanis, Chap and Noah are just going to try and play defensive. They know there's more trios looking to join the party here, so it's that much more risky to do anything aggressive.
Chap, get a review of what went wrong for Zandy. Just trapped and nowhere left to run. But the real interesting part here, Takata, is the fact that one of our original teams from Shogun is actually making their way back in the UX team. And considering their initial tussle with Teenies, it's surprising that they would still want to revisit.
Fac spun, lasă-mă în casă. Sau aici, că n-ai loc. Mă cer cu pisicul, mă.
As they didn't fully commit to it, but they definitely wanted something. They saw other players kind of coming in from the back end, and now they're thinking, oh, this might be a little too risky for comfort. But they're gonna stay around and see if there's any openings.
The big thing, though, that might just favor Pix's team, considering how aggressive we've seen them naturally be throughout the course of this Major 1 Finals. It's been, they've carved their name on the board in the first place, so this might actually be an entire environment they could thrive in. They've got to just be careful, though, wary of not overpeaking, essentially. I do like that they are giving some grace period against Group A's team, because they know Pink, Tino, they're all kind of lurking around as well.
They got 22nd in the last match, so it would be quite tragic if they end up going down again in the mid game as they look for those fighting tags. So it might just cause them to play a little safer, but we know that this trio likes being aggressive. They're good at it, and they've shown that they can stand against some of the veterans in the lobby, as Pink, Chino, and Nebs are going to want to join as well. Pix gets a nice little trade-off, as I think this is all they're looking for. They can't go for a full commit here. It's more just trying to maybe even get a knock, just damage. The shots come through. They hear the shotguns. A potential opening now onto Rezoid.
This is getting so messy so fast, and Pix, Darm, Demas, they've used up the bulk of their material. Pump Power, not exactly an optimal spot for refarming when there's this many teams surrounding you as well. All the while, Teeny over by Night Shift Forest now. HRSV, they've entangled themselves with Chap and Noah Riley, but Teeny, waiting for the right-hand peek, might have an opening, instead loses his shields.
Uh-oh. Good news is more than enough heals. Bad news, Chap is not going to let him pop them. Pressure comes through. There's a whole other duo, it seems, or even trio coming in from the storm as well, so it's only a matter of time. Hopefully Haris is able to kind of keep his awareness on check, look around, and spot that trio once they get closer. But the Onimas seem to be coming through here, and it looks like they're going to try and make an escape as Teeny tried to cut him off.
There's just way too many opponents, teams that they'd rather hold on the edge instead. Ju was successful in bringing back Zandy with the reboot, but now these teams that are going to be so late upon making their interest a zone, Teeny recognizes it immediately. This is a handicap player, essentially, because Jude doesn't have his teammates close by to try and back him up just yet, and they don't necessarily have the loot either to take that fight.
And finally, it looks like the tussle at Pump Power is coming to an end, potentially. But there's some new trios kind of joining the party as they hear their shots. You can see for yourself at the bottom right on the mini-map. More engagements happening in the surrounding area, once again in Storm. As now Darm, Pix, and Demas have to kind of decide, are they going to go towards those shots? Are they going to use it in an opening? Or are they just going to try and go around and safely make it to zone?
all of these teams just held each other for so long here at Pump Power, and no one was really seeming to budge. But Teeny, he's trying to get this battle to happen here, does manage to get the elimination onto Shxrk finally, but it comes at a steep price. Giannis and Noah Riley on the other side, they've picked off Skvi, and now Teeny finds himself in a position where if he exposes himself too soon, he'll get ripped apart.
Yeah, Chap continuing to apply pressure from above. He knows Haris is alone in this box. He has his teammates by him. He just can't get caught off guard. He can't get boxed up himself. As he continues to fight a shot onto Haris, Giannis got cracked. Noah, incredibly low as well, forced to pop some heals, as now they're going to be switching to the defensive. As Team's going to take this chance to kind of run away. And once again, trying to recuperate this match.
He's got the exact same idea. He's just got to sit tight, especially when you know that there is a trio so close nearby. But despite the successive measures that Giannis, Jeff, and Noah Riley have had in terms of finding the one-off elimination or two, it hasn't necessarily given them a spot where they can try and go for that winning moment. That's what teams really need to try and transition a lot of these mid-game engagements towards, is those end-game winning moments. And I think being able to be healthy enough to actually challenge the teams that are going for Shogun's Arena consistently is a big element of that.
Yeah, yesterday we saw how powerful the players that ended up securing Shogun's Arena were. I mean, how well they were placing from it. And this isn't like yesterday. They don't have another 6 matches to play tomorrow. These are the last matches of the EU FNCS Major Finals for Major 1. We are in game 9 out of 12. So, I mean, the clock's ticking for these players, and some of them need bigger matches than others. But as we look back over to Shogun's Arena, we have Mr.Savage, Queasy, and Swizzy. This time around, without pressure from another trio.
Nowhere near as many visitors as match 8, but that could be a bad thing here for Swizzy. He's got to be real careful with who he's trying to pick his battles with. It's tough because sometimes you think you'll have the overall advantage just being so high up on Shogun's Arena, but when you start to actually take a peek off those edges, other teams in their surge bases, like what Flixie's attempting to do, they're gonna keep good tabs on you.
Yeah, they got that one elimination earlier on in this match and haven't chosen to continue kind of fighting as much. I mean, we saw in terms of the stats, I think they were at the most damage with shotguns compared to AR in the early to mid game, so they're a lot more comfortable with those close range engagements in terms of tags. But it worked out quite well for them in the first match today, which was game 7, where they got to the end game without too many eliminations and were able to just absolutely frag out once they had that end game under control. So looking to have kind of a repeat of that this time around for another big game.
Glimpse at that top 5 leaderboard though. Only 1 point separating first and second place. Vico, Veno, and Flixie know that they cannot afford to take another early exit from this lobby. They don't want to allow the opportunity for Ping, Wax, and Malabuka to actually try and leapfrog over them. The longer you can stay in the driver's seat as far as that first place position is concerned, the better off your odds are going to be once we actually draw towards those 11th and 12th lobbies here today, Takata. But right now, HRS, TD, and SV, they're just hoping for any sort of combat situation because they need a refresh. They need it desperately. They might have bandages to work their way into zone, but they can tell Jebno, Riley, and Giannis, they've sniffed out this stealth maneuver.
Yeah, they've got the fishing rods, trying to just get what they can, and Teeny, Haris, Skavi looking for a 3-2-1. The good news is both trios have a good amount of damage. Bad news is Teeny cannot make a single footstep here, as it will be seen. So all they gotta do is kind of hold on to the patience, wait for Noah, Giannis, and Chap to engage, and just like that, go for the 3-2-1. Have they secured the knock onto Giannis? Yes, they have. The patience paid off, as now the aggression is gonna come through that opening to play extra aggro, as Teeny looks for a wall, get right on in to the knocked player Giannis to recuperate that loot. The question is now, do they continue forward as Chap hits a huge shot, causing them to back up now? If Chap's able to pick one off here, this would be massive for the trio.
But all of those fish that Chap and O'Reilly again has just spent time acquiring, now having already been squeezed away from them essentially, HR's TD speed, finding that elimination onto Yanis is a big opener for their conversation as far as game 9 is concerned, because they definitely are going to need the surge with the way they've been playing the fringe for so long, but it's still not going to be easy. Chap and O'Reilly though, definitely not happy.
Mongraal, Mr.Savage, Panther though, looking like they might even want to fight for something here. Panther got up close and personal. Elim damage leaders going into today as they continue to kind of find any openings up. Well, it's Fincheck defensive, but so far with the regroup coming through, the zone that they just pulled, I don't think they want to get too aggressive here as they're almost in prime positioning, not counting the Rift Island.
That's the main issue, is that Shogun's arena being directly above where the zone is pulled in their current position. Sure, Savage managed to find a good knock onto Eoic, but now he's got to deal with a team way up on the high ground that can just continuously look down on him and spread
Bă,
him out.
dacă iar a murit Zandy, chiar îmi pierd.
Yeah, this is gonna be very big.
Am văzut un focus.
Swizzy and Merstash assuming that they're still up there. But for Veno, he's been taken out completely.
Bă, dacă a murit Zandy, v-am zis. Chiar nu că m-a dezamăgit. Sunt mor de supărat.
Two of our teams in the top 5 though, Pix, Demus and Darm, they're sitting in 4th place position. They know that they are looking at eliminating the number 1 leaders in this lobby, but Flixie will manage to bring Vico back with the revive. They've at least been able to create enough space to force Demus, Pix and Darm to come to a halt. Still,
No.
they are looking incredibly
Au murit și acum.
low here as far as everything else you would desire to
No,
try and
nu
make
cred.
their way through this endgame.
Păi și pe
And
ce
they
loc
know
stă
they've just
acum?
got to get a move on, even as a duo.
Am așa
They can
prost
still try
sunt.
to hold somewhat of a mid to low ground position, try and get some of those extra placements going.
Sunt locul 21. Au, dă-i încolo, bă, prost. Chiar sunt proști, nu știu ce au. Chiar sunt proști de tot.
But for Veno, well, Vico and Flixie, after Veno got eliminated, they are in a good position to take a lot of shots. So even though they're a duo, they should have a simple enough time getting enough damage.
Nu știu ce se întâmplă cu ei, dar eu zic că ceva se întâmplă, că până acum erau locul 1 și așa mai departe și acum banana.
Working off of that Invis medallion, he's got the ultimate peekaboo in store for teams that sit directly underneath, but it's more so the fact that we are witnessing Queasy about to enter a zone here soon enough, Takata, and practically cap mats on everyone. And the number 1 thing that the analysts have already addressed even is if you give Queasy cap mats heading into your end game, everyone else in the lobby is about to have a real bad time with the way these guys look to control height.
Every single end game zone, all the moving zones, and looking at how this zone is pulling out. I mean, if it goes to the west side here and closes towards
everything else that Marius is doing here now is just trying to extend their lifeline. They've got a little bit of low ground control here, but only 70 above means that they are fully aware of the fact that they're going to need to take on another fight. They're going to have to find some more damage. Flixie, Veno, Vico, Veno likely just calling the shots at this point, trying to help his team make their way through, but Flixie, smart enough IGL in his own right, he can definitely scout out where their shots should go next. Try and see if he can get some attempts onto iDrop's trio, but unfortunately nothing to build of steady use just yet. Everything just boiling down though To our team on height, Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache, it comes as no surprise. That quick stat as well. Only team who have not been hit by Surge in our top 15 here. And for all these other teams that are struggling underneath them, they are just suffering immensely. Atris, we've seen him play from Tatter, sticks and stones all game long just about, but they'll be eliminated. Those guys on height, Pix, Demus, Darm though, they've definitely found what they were after as far as brawls are concerned, and they're gonna continue trying to just break their way through the mid-ground, but they've got to be real careful. They gotta make sure they're watching their backside. Pixie opening up the ceilings, triple spray, not gonna be enough just yet though, but Marius, Vanya, Pixie, one net benefit is the fact that they are at least sitting just slightly above that surge damage threshold, and Flixie now looking to take over.
Let's see if Flixie's going to be able to make something happen here alongside Vico. They've been playing as a duo for this whole end game. Every single moving zone, they've lost their partner. But if they want to take home the prize, if they want to win Major 1 of the EU FNCS Finals, they have to come out strong here and at least pick up a decent amount of points.
Ping Malibuka walks though. They don't mind playing from low. Although they definitely know they're going to have to do something about height eventually. Vico, Flixie, they're also trying to ensure that teams moving further ahead aren't going to have the opportunity to get the positioning that they want. Instead, they're going to look to TP in. Demus, Darm, Pix, still controlling the low ground though.
Issue is 118 below. They need to find something. Their full trio, incredibly healthy. They have everything in their favor to get those tags. All that they have to do is execute onto it. It's Pink on the receiving end, as now they're going to focus on the rotation. They need to make it to zone.
Pixie, Vanya, they recognize the fact that there's so many teams just up and over where they're currently situated. Monet though, a solo potentially, and Pixie, he wants what Monet has to offer as far as Siphon Materials is concerned. Just another 4 points off the eliminations too, but Pixie can't manage to connect, and it'll be a drawback instead. Marius though, the surge just not gonna allow him the chance. He is down and out once you get ticked one time too many.
Yeah, you don't get knocked down, so it's a full elimination. The timing on that is absolutely tragic. But for Demus, Pix, and Darm, there's a bit of faith as Pix is just on a sliver of HP, but he's not been knocked down yet. Meanwhile, up in the clouds, contesters for high ground. We thought it was going to be Queasy. We thought it was going to be Mustache, Swizzy, but it looks like it's Panzer, Mongraal, and Savage that want to crush that dream. They want to take the high ground, but the issue is so much pressure, even from below. This is going to be a tough battle to overcome.
They're just gonna immediately try and fly towards that front side. They know that it's gonna be a matter of time before Swizzy, Mustache, Queasy look to challenge them. Flixie and Vico still keeping this one alive, but the builds are running so incredibly thin. They're going from the backside of zone. They scouted out the TP though. Nathan getting lit up, but Flixie not able to fall back and look to finish it off.
They're getting so much value though, playing as a duo from the start, and they're not even finished as Nathan gets knocked down. Another elimination for Flixie and Vico as they continue to make their way towards zone. The Siphon keeping Flixie alive barely as he makes it in with just 9 HP. How is he still up?
He knows that there's players directly behind him. He doesn't have a moment to stop and think. He's just got to keep barreling forward. Pixie, Vanya, a duo in their own right in the mid-ground layer. They can also see there's True Legs directly underneath them, but they don't have the chance just yet. Malibuka take it out. Mustache, Swizzy, and Queasy, they're the only ones controlling height, and they've taken out Flixie with it.
All the top teams getting taken out one by one, and the leaders of the pack up in the clouds is Mustache, Queasy, and Swizzy. All they need to do now is close out this game, but Pixie, Vanya, with just 10 HP left, he goes down. Vanya left as a solo now. Pure chaos on the low ground. Trulex gets knocked down, but Vanya goes down, and Mustache, Queasy, and Swizzy take home the victory royale.
Bine mă, Mersta și Queasy și ăștia de trăuini, era de așteptat. Bine mă, bravo lor.
Still building for Shxrk, but that victory royale is a game changer for Queasy.
Oh yeah, they were 5th place going into this match. All the teams they were taking out were trios that were above them on the leaderboard. You know there was a smile on their face as they were getting closer and closer to glory. And now with that victory royale launching themselves up to the leaderboard, we are going to have an incredibly close end to this EU Major Finals.
Respect the fact that Savage, Mongraal, and Panzer tried to strip height away from them, though. For a moment, it looked promising. You have to remember, Panzer, he got pretty fraggy yesterday. He was leading 2nd in damage throughout the course of our Day 1 Major Finals. But here, Mr.Savage, Swizzy, and Queasy, they were not going to let this opportunity slip by them. They knew that they had to close out after how promising everything looked on top of Shogun's Arena.
And not only did they close it out, but they closed it out with a significant amount of eliminations, which is going to give them just that much higher of odds to bump themselves up that leaderboard. So I need 3 amazing people to break down what just happened. Frankie, Levin, Minnie, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. You know what? I love how Taco basically called that victory royale before we really even went into the end game. She clocked that Queasy had the cap mats. And then it was kind of plain sailing from there, Minnie.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Queasy took Island, very different to what we saw in the previous game where there was only Queasy, Swizzy, and Moustache on the island this time. And yet again, we've seen it so much this season, Levin. We broke it down last week. When there's a team like that up on island, when it's Queasy in particular, saving all those materials, getting all that Storm Surge damage, prime position to then take height, it's not looking good for anyone else. Although Mongraal and company did try and take it, but it was just, there was just no match.
Yeah, I mean, look, it felt like a bit of deja vu watching that game from Queasy and them. You mentioned Mongraal and them going up. I mean, you know, Moustache just couple quick bangs and they all went down, right? Like, that's what these guys have been about this weekend. It's what they've been about in this game. They're taking out big names and they are trying to be the biggest names come the end of this weekend. I mean, look, I wasn't expecting it to be such an easy ride, right, going forward. I talked about how I thought more teams would be going up for Ireland, like what we saw in that last game, but I know they'll be chuffed with how that one went. Again, it felt like deja vu. They've played that game so many times this season, a bit of a walk in the park for them.
Well, you know what? We've got 3 more games, and I think the tension and the pressure is really going to be piling on our trios right now. So we're going to head for a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have even more FNCS coming your way. day 2 of the FNCS Europe Major 1 finals, and we only have a few more games before we crown our first champions of the year. But you know what? It's all change on the leaderboard, so let's have a look, because Queasy might have had a slightly inconsistent day 1, but his trio are now really in contention for that top spot. They are racing up the leaderboard, and actually, if you look closely, Levin, there's very few points between 5th and the top.
I mean, yeah, look at the gap once you start going up from 5th, right? We're talking about almost 100 points there between 5th and 6th. And it's really heating up. I feel like every single one of these games now, Mini, like one of these teams just has like a really nice game, and then like a couple of the ones at the top maybe are a bit quieter, just to keep it as narrow as possible as we head into the last couple games.
It's exactly what we want to see when we're looking at this overall finals. I mean, that was a huge game from Vico, Veno, and Flixie. I mean, of course, mainly Vico and Flixie in that end game. Just the way they were able to stay alive. I spoke about it about Mustache at the very beginning of the show, about how important it is to make sure you can make the most of these games when maybe your team isn't quite in the best position, you don't have the best materials, maybe you're not all alive and healthy in end game. These are the moments that really win you grand finals and the Major 1 finals here today as well. These are the sort of games that are going to really clutch up, and this is exactly what this team do best and exactly who you'd want in this sort of duo clutch situation here, Levin.
Absolutely, and I think if you're actually looking at like the timeline of FNCS and EU, Vico and Flixie are the reigning champs, technically, right? If you want to look at it like that. They came off the back of a great season and a great year where they both established themselves as top players. And if I'm being honest with them, you know, I love those two, and I'm a big fan of this trio as a whole. Veno really was the player yesterday, I felt like, stepping up the most for this trio. And so it was nice to see those two showing, like, we are contributing to this success. We are going to make this happen. Even if Veno isn't here to help us in this end game, we can get the job done. It was really nice to see, you know, all of the boys in this team right now stepping up to try and get that win.
Can I just jump in and ask a quick follow-up, boys? I mean, Levin, you know Veno so well. How much do you think he's currently conscious of that leaderboard and how close his rivals are behind him?
I mean, I know a lot of the boys on that leaderboard right now, and I know they'll all be very conscious of it, right? How can you not be? You back out to the lobby, you take a look at it, and it's like, you almost have that pressure of you can't mess up. There's that feeling of you mess up one hiccup, one wrong step in one of these games early on, and instantly all your fortunes changes. It's why actually, when I look at it, Frankie, I'm almost most impressed with Queasy, right? Because they're fighting off-spawn. So it's like that initial off-spawn fight changes everything for the way their tournament looks, but they're handling that pressure well.
And what about the likes of Marius, Pixie, and Vanya, guys? Because they had such a stellar day 1. They were actually in #1 position at the end of the first 6 games. However, now we're seeing some cracks start to form, Mini.
Yeah, not quite the ideal start to day number 2 that they would have liked. Of course, you know, they haven't quite had the best day. It's not been absolutely terrible, right? They have made a couple of these end games. They've played pretty well. I think it was the 2nd place in this game right here. So it's not been absolutely disastrous, Levin, but they've just struggled a little bit with the Storm Surge. We saw it there with Marius going down. I think the early stage of their game haven't quite gone as they were expecting.
And the big reason as to why that's happening is what I talked about at the start of the day, Mini Miner. When you looked at the group stage and how they did their Uncon at Kappa versus how they were doing yesterday, in the group stage, there was only one team landing in Hopeful Heights in that south area, right? There wasn't a lot of action there. Yesterday, there was 3 different teams. Today in game 1, I went back and checked. There was only one team landing in Hopeful Heights in that first game. Again, there's not enough action going on in that area. It's part of the reason why we saw iDrop, Sky, and Score, I think, struggling as well in a couple of games. Yesterday, the south was the hotspot. So much was going on there. Now there's a few less teams in that area for those southern, you know, top teams to get damage on, get tags on, and to take fights with.
I mean, look at the zones as well. Look at where the zones are pulling compared to yesterday. We had so many south zones yesterday. Now it's all almost the complete opposite, right, to what we saw yesterday. So huge shifts for these teams that are down on the south of the map and now falling down the leaderboard.
If we look at number 2 on the leaderboard, Malibuco, Wox, and Ping 11, what exactly do these boys need to do to take over the #1 spot? Because there's only 12 points between them and first place.
I think the big edge that those guys have is that they kind of anyone, I think, of these trios need to change the least. Like, I feel like they're the ones that are the steadiest ship right now, where we're seeing these volatile games from Queasy and Veno's trios, you know, both of those, you know, teams loving to play for height, whereas these guys can just sort of play their own game, and I think the points will come.
Yeah, and what I love about this team right now is they're actually contested in that game. by Volko's team from all the way at the north of the map. Those guys have landed here this season as well, so they have experience off spawn there. But Malibuka, Ping, and Wox, they're just saying, right, we're just going to brush you aside. We're going to take you out as quickly as possible and not let that affect the rest of our game. So really, really promising stuff from these guys. Just got to keep up that consistency on low ground.
Well, let's head back to Takata and the best taco for game number 10, because I can't wait to board that battle boss yet again.
You're not the only one, Frankie. I cannot wait to see what our final 3 matches of the day look like, Takata, especially with the way that we're starting to see that top 5 of the leaderboard kind of break away with things.
Yeah, it's getting extremely close between all these top teams. And I mean, Levin was talking about the only ones being contested Squeezy, but I think last game Malibuka got into a bit of a fight in the early game from Volko and his trio. I mean, they landed close to them. I'm not sure if they fully went night shift or it was just a quick fight, but we might have a bit more danger.
Yeah, regardless of the circumstances of how players ended up somewhere, the reality of the situation is the map is changing, and we've got a chance to see what Match 10 has in store.
So many off-spawn engagements for these top teams, but what matters is being able to make it count when you make it to that mid, to that end game. We saw what happened to Vico, Veno, and Flixie. They lost one of their teammates going into the end game, but they were still able to secure a solid match. 6th place with 5 eliminations. I mean, you can't do much better than that playing as a duo from the start, and that is exactly what you need if you want to come out on top.
But I love that shout from Levin, because when you think about the entirety of Chapter 5 in EU, it was Vico and Flixie completely running things. And knowing that, even they're still able to kind of channel that same energy in a trio scenario, working as a team. Impressive stuff overall, really. But Merstash, Queasy, Swizzy, they found their entrance and realistically trying to attempt to take over that first place position. But this fight in Seaport City, it's got to be quick. It's got to be finished nice and tidy. Otherwise, other teams are definitely going to make their way over.
Yeah, last match they were able to clean it up quickly when both trios contested main, but this time around, Shxrk and his trio just gave main to Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstash, so they were able to land and get looted up, and now that's going to cause this fight to kind of delay itself a bit. Question is, like you were saying, Taco, is that delay going to be enough for some trios to start wandering on in and seeing, hey, why is there no shots going on yet? What's taken this trio so long to fight?
It's largely a team like iDrop, Sky, and Scroll that really enters the conversation here, because we already saw them, don't want to say desperate, but they did extend rather early into aggressing that turtle section south of Hopeful Heights because they wanted the fight. They're trying to establish their surge early on, and more importantly still, they're trying to prove, iDrop especially, that he is capable of a high place, if not a win entirely, holding that Axe of Champions here. But if they want to even retain that position from yesterday, they're gonna have to earn it back at this point, Takata, because one by one they've just been dropping in the leaderboard.
Take a look at this though. Fincheck thought he was just gonna go get a quick refresh on his sprite as Vico, Veno, Flixie didn't want to let that one slide. Good for him though. Upple was able to take some shots back at to Veno, cracking him and kind of halting that engagement, as now they're going to be forced to disengage once again and not continue the pursuit.
Vico and Veno know though, with the team so close, well, that doesn't matter. As far as Darm, Demus, and Pigs are concerned, they love when it's only one team that they've got to deal with. Cringecade and Mappy, they're not going to be able to escape. Demus finds that first elimination to really crack things open here. Mappy now getting completely keyed down, rolled over, doesn't even get a chance to try and escape. He's the last surviving member essentially, and it's not going to be enough here as Demus and Darm are just doing everything they can to capitalize on these early fights.
This is big though, because they were able to get elims in the previous matches earlier on, but they were still struggling a bit for Surge and damage. They went down 22nd place. In the last game, they got 9th place, so it was an improvement. But now starting off so strong with a quick 3 eliminations, hopefully they're able to get a match to kind of bounce them back, because they've dropped down to 5th place now, as they were almost leading the pack going into today after the first match. Now with a big game needed to kind of put themselves back into check. For Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash, though, coming from that victory royale, I mean, all you got to do is play like you did in the last match. Hopefully, Rift Island's at their favor. Aristini, though, trying to do something as a duo here.
It's crazy to think that designating a drop has almost seemingly worked against Teeny's trio at this point, because they've had issues with this early off-spawn battle in the sense that they're just not closing it out fast enough, and that's opening the doorway for other teams like Giannis, like Shxrk, Juicy, Andy, to then come and pressure after the fact, third-party them for easy pickings. And UX team is also left in a similar note where we've oftentimes just see them either running to try and get a reboot or just barely surviving.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of matches that have been kind of, you know, trying to just clutch from reboot after reboot. But, I mean, as long as you're able to secure a decent amount of points to kind of stabilize your place on the leaderboard, sometimes it's just enough. As Shxrk, Momsy, be careful here. They've decided to go towards Blaha and his trio and actually already got one.
Caught him off guard at the bird to go, and Momsy, Shxrk, they're still lying in wait. We're gonna look back on what went wrong here for Blaha. Just wrong doorway, wrong house, wrong place to be. But
unfortunate.
That's a big come up for our French team, especially considering the situation they've been dealt last couple of matches. Eland off rip essentially from Queasy's team, so anywhere they get something going is always going to be better than the nothing they've been left with.
Speaking about nothing, Walks, Ping, Malabuka, no quick eliminations this game compared to the last, as now they're going to most likely go to their surroundings once again to see what they can find. Vanya, Marius, Pixie, though, elevating themselves by the Shattered Span. Triple Onimax going to come through. Looks like they want to get extra aggressive here. It's Comeback that's going to get caught off guard as the pressure's right onto him, directly into his box. He fears that danger as he gets knocked down. And now Marius, Vanya, Pixie, they might not even be done yet.
Chasing Comeback all the way to the Overlook Lighthouse is insane work. And not only that, but Queasy, Merstash, Swizzy, they definitely taken notice of the action that's unfolding east of Shattered Span, and they want their own slice of the pie here. Queasy setting up a nice little surge base on this hill that overlooks that direction entirely. Swizzy as well from a separate angle here in a bush. They've got total bridge coverage here right now, Takata, and they can definitely get a firm grasp on teams in the surrounding area as well. That overhead view doing an excellent job to really shape just what kind of advantages they have.
Yeah, I think they kind of forced Momsy, Skyjump, and Shxrk out quite early from their drop spot, having won the main building, and then from then kind of followed them to their surroundings to see, hey, you're gonna go for damage? Well, I'm gonna follow you there for the third party. But luckily enough for Skyjump and his trio, nothing kind of turned out from it. Veno, Vico, Flixie, still no elims on the board. Kind of playing edge of zone here, just rotating through, seeing what they can potentially find.
They might get exactly what they're after if it's Surge that they're looking for, and considering that Veno's already directly made notes of the fact that he didn't feel like this team was getting aggressive enough. And we saw a big moment from that, but Clownski, Gudenbri, Moneymaker, they've got to be careful. How many times have we seen Veno's teams just crouch walk up to a Surge base and chop them out? So if nobody is looking back to recognize this rotate from Vico's team, it could be disastrous.
I mean, they have Moneymaker down below, so they're actually gonna go for a quick shot. Built with ramps, and just like that, 2 knocks instantly. Are you kidding me? Vico, Flixie, Veno not missing a single shot. Guden goes down, Clown shortly after, and now everything's on the line for Moneymaker as a solo.
Moneymaker is devastated. Seti and Cammy as well. I mean, they were the ones that were initially looking at Gudenpriest's team in the first place, and now they have to watch and witness as Veno's team just swoops in, steals those eliminations away from them. A massive amount of surge as well that they've definitely been able to establish here in Game 10.
What's crazy is they got both players. Normally you do like a 3-2-1, you pick out the outfit or whatever that you can kind of distinguish the player and just focus the same one, but they got both of them. Like, that was insane. As we look back over to Walks, Ping, Malabuka, who are also on a surge base, luckily enough. Vico, Venom, Blixie aren't in the surrounding areas looking for them, but might just be as dangerous as Walks gets knocked down to 68 HP.
All things considered, though, Walks, Ping, and Malabuka have had a relatively consistent time throughout the course of Major 1 finals in comparison to Scroll, iDrop, and Sky, where they need some kind of engagement to be the catalyst. And they're not the only ones. Seeing Tayson, seeing Trulix, Chicho try to get active this early on, just kind of recognizing the fact sticking by in a surge base for Foxy Floodgate is not working out for us. We have to get involved in the action early on to get our surge tags, because all these other teams, they're being pushed towards those outskirts of the map. So teams that are center map like Tayson's, they're not having opportunities to actually get surge tags like what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, I believe Levin was mentioning exactly that. There's just not enough trios rotating through, and Tayson and his trio were dependent purely basically on AR tags for surge in the mid game. So now seeing them opting for more close quarters combat, it's a change up that they might desperately need if they want to make a comeback.
And if you get into the real nitty gritty of it as well, Tayson, Trulix, and Chicho, they even had struggles where even when we saw them in endgame moments, Foxy Floodgate just did not bode enough ammo for them to be able to consistently try and actually challenge players on height. So they didn't really have anything that could generate those winning moments, so to say. All these teams, though, still looking to try and get a clear grasp on Game 10.
Doran picks Demus. We saw them get those 3 eliminations early on, as now they're just going to look for the AR aspect of it. I mean, being kind of on the edge of zone here at Pump Powder, all those teams that are east of them are going to eventually have to rotate on in, but it is a hill, so it's not like they have... I mean, they have a good amount of vision, especially how high up Darm is, but I'm wondering how many tags they'll actually get as their eyes are just set locked on Fastroki and his trio.
Crazy to think, though, that Darm's actually got that mythic AR for once. That it could be a very menacing weapon to put into Darm's hands, considering just how technically mechanical we've already seen him be. When you hand him the best weapon in the game right now, his firepower just increases tenfold.
Marius, though, put himself in a slippy situation by Demons here. What's going on? The pressure all around them. It's Yanis, it's Chap, it's Noah, who wanted to find a way to get damage. This is a trio that always goes close for their surge. They fight for it when they need it. As Vanya looks for an angle on the outskirts here. But so far, not enough damage has been done from either trio to fully commit. So it looks like a soft fight is how it's going to end.
But while we're at Demon's Dojo, I have to start to wonder, where's Pink? Where's Nebs? Where's Chino? Surely those guys are still hanging around somewhere, and that's also another discussion entirely. I mean, Pink, Nebs, Chino have definitely had a pretty rough time so far, but leading off from day 1 into day 2, they were looking at, you know, that top 25 still at least. Pixie, Vanya, and Marius, though, they are clearly trying to create some form of surge.
Speaking about surge, Malabuka walks Ping. We haven't seen them fight yet. I mean, on con night shift, what they tend to do is just loot up and look for kind of third parties in the surrounding area. Last match, they kind of got a free gift, but this time around, curious to see what they end up doing. They haven't really had too many struggles with it. They've been very consistent throughout the day, and hopefully that doesn't change in these last matches.
Just trying to get a couple spare shieldfish where possible. Considering the zone pool over by Lost Lake area, plenty of water spots for Malibu to take advantage of. So he'll likely hold on to that fishing rod for a while. They can continue to just play tag with some of these other teams. Vanya, though, very difficult situation here. Might be caught between Darmpix, Demas, Chabna, O'Reilly, and Yanis on the other side of that mountain.
Two of the top teams fighting each other, both in the top 5. Is a scary sight to see so early on in the match. It is 4th zone here, so Rift Island should have appeared. I'm curious to see if once again we'll get Queasy, Murstache, and Swizzy with a primed up position for it. But in the meantime, Pick, Starm, and Demas got out of that potential scare and now can continue getting a bit more into the zone here.
Vanya, Marius, and Pixie are probably looking for more hard material, which is why they were by that bird to go in the first place. But what they don't know is that it's basically just bones at this point. Demas, Darm, and Pix surely wiped it clean of most of the metal available there, and gas stations having already been slightly reduced in terms of what they have to offer for hard material. It's going to make things very tough for that mid to late game approach, especially considering that I've had a chance to actually take notice of what's going down over by Shogun's Arena, but Panzer, Mongraal, and Savage, everybody should be so happy. If you are a Savage or Mongraal fan, a newfound Panzer fan as well, these guys are in the top 10 currently, just trying to hold on to that position. When you consider that so many people counted them out, so many people were saying they didn't belong, and yet here they stand tall, 7th leading into game 10.
The damage count is crazy too. The most damage in the lobby. I mean, Panzer's got 19 elims throughout these major finals. Murstache has gotten 30 elims, and Panzer still has more damage, which is insane. Look at this zone as well. A full north pull. Half of the zone being water, as Vico, Veno, Flixie were quick to rotate on in, having already 500 damage above the threshold.
Scary stuff for anybody that has to actually trek their way into this territory. Vico, though, getting some friendly hellos from across the pond, essentially. All these teams very wary of the fact that it's a relatively flat landscape. There are some hills to take advantage of, but it's largely just the fact that it's got water, so much water everywhere, Takata, and zones can be so unforgiving in those types of circumstances.
What I'm thinking here for Darm, Demas, and Co is that they already have so much damage, they don't need much more, and they're on an incredibly congested side. When zones pull very far to the north, south, any edge of the map, you have so many trios and players rotating on in that it's just going to cause that side of the zone to be that much more congested. But it looks like it is going to pull back west, so Vanya, Marius, and Pixie are most likely going to get on their rotate here.
Yeah, these guys made fast work of moving to where they needed to be, considering the last position we just saw them at, and they are wasting no time with trying to get ahead of the pack. But they've been trailing ever so slightly behind Pix, Darm, and Demas for some steady time now, Takata. They've got to be real careful that this Polish trio doesn't decide, hey, maybe we want to come to a pause for a second. Maybe we want to just take a direct fight with these guys instead of keeping them on our backs the whole game.
Honestly, at this point, the position that Demas, Pix, and Darm are in, they have chug splashes, they have mats, they have loot. You can see they're just kind of playing placement. They're holding out their zones. They don't want to risk anything. They just want to keep themselves in a prime position for that late game. And once those moving zones start, that's where it all comes down to play. As we look back over to Swizzy, Queasy, and Murstache, who are still in the storm, but have to figure out a way to rotate themselves back in here. If they go more towards to that side of the zone that's already in the storm, they know that once it starts closing, there will be less people there. So you can see they're kind of making their way over to that side to have a safer rotate.
They've got to get a move on, though. Tick zones are very unfriendly, and especially when there's teams already kind of based around the edge. At the very least, Queasy definitely trying to path a dead side pool, but they're going to definitely be well out of sight for everyone else.
And look at this elevation, Taco. The zone is pulling towards an already elevated build fight. But if they end up pulling the half and half, I mean, it's gonna take quite a lot of luck. It's gonna take a lot of RNG, but hey, it's possible. In the meantime, waiting for those zones that unfortunately do end up pulling west for them. Not the corner that they were hoping. They still should have a pretty decent rotate through, but Demis looking for a quick shotgun shot, unable to connect. Oni masks are gonna come through, and the rotates will continue for these trios.
Ooh, shut down there though. Vanya happy to collect that extra elimination. Pulse team may be sweating a bit. Not sure if they were in as tough of a spot as Gantry just now, but Malabuka ping walks. Again, really steady, consistent throughout the course of Major 1 Finals so far. And Swizzy, Queasy, Murstache, they didn't get the immediate pull that they were hoping for here at Takata, but at the same time, they're definitely trying to clear out the team on elevation across from them. They want to take over that position. They're also making sure to keep their line of sight as clear as possible. That's why Swizzy shooting out the trees. They scouted. There is a surge base way off in the distance. It might belong to Veno.
Veno, Vico, Flixie still leading the pack, but there's only a 20-point difference between first and third place. So although they're in first going into this match, everything can change depending on how this one concludes. Marius, Pixie, Vanya, 114 above. It's not safe enough as they're trying to just find any opening on trios rotating in. But so far, unable to find many connections.
Swizzy definitely doesn't want to have to deal with all this pressure. My man's just trying to make a humble fisherman life. Still looking to
Bă, chat, bă! Am mâncat, m-am căcat, m-am dușat. Am glumit, mă, chat. Am glumit și eu, bă, o Caterinca, una alta, ești nebun că suntem live de 2 ore jumate, vreți să vă mint, am vorbit cu microfonul ăsta, deci nu mai ești.
Establish themselves with solid positioning, and Veno gonna safely tarp his way through. Shxrk's body loot wants to make sure that he claims as much of that as possible. He knows he's going to need that material for this endgame. Marius, on the other hand, he knows that they need damage. This trio has struggled today, Takata, with getting their surge online and well above that damage threshold.
Issue is for Vanya, Marius, Pixie, zone pulled to the literal opposite side of the map from when they were. So they're gonna have to be quick on their feet to get the rotate on in. Demis picks Storm in a similar situation, but Demis loses all of his shield during the rotate now. His teammates are gonna have to play the defensive to give them a bit of time to use any heal possible and continue once again with their rotate.
It's the fact that they were forced to ultimate low. They were forced to stop their rotation. They were trying to claim front side, if anything, and now it's not going to be a pipe dream just yet, but it's definitely going to be tough, difficult to re-establish. Vanya even getting a chance to look back, see Savage off in the distance. A little bit of elevation, that's Vanya's intention as well. They're underneath that damage threshold now. They need to aggress heavily onto a team. They've got plenty directly underneath them, but all these trees as well blocking their line of sight.
Yeah, they just need a bit of damage. They're primed up in terms of positioning. If they can maintain that, it would be crucial for taking home this match, as so many of the top trios are still up in contention. But Vanya now, as Storm Surge is active, 124 below, they have to wait for the rotates to come through, and they cannot miss their shots here.
They're hoping that there's going to be teams looking to poke their heads forward, like to try and get ahead of where everybody else is at, not get stuck in that low to mid-ground congestion, but Vanya is not finding any sort of openings. Teams just taking too much notice of what's going on up above. And Marius instead watches, tries to provide some cover up, as now CZB, Nathan on the other side of height. They might be the openings, but it's still just barely above.
Demis, though, he's lost one of his teammates. Storm has gone down, leaving it up to him and Pix. The good news is they're together. The bad news, only wood left over, 18 builds, as they're forced to recuperate what they've lost. But Vico, Veno, and Flixie, they're looking up above. They know high ground's a possibility. The Oni masks are going to come through. But so far, it was just to get ahead as they continue to keep keep their eyes and stay aware.
Venom still knows he wants to move ahead further. Pixie on the other side, gonna block him up for the time being. He needs to shoot them out first. Swizzy trying to help aid with that endeavor. Swizzy, Queasy, Murstache though, they're on an opposite side because they don't want to let anybody else take height from them. Mongraal trying to see what he can do.
They are not done with the high ground retakes. Time and time and again, we see Panzer, we see Mr.Savage go. Will this be the match where they're able to fully secure it? Panzer leading the pack in terms of damage. They've not been missing their shots, but they haven't been able to close a game out on height as Mongraal's gone down. It leaves Mr.Savage and Panzer to clutch it as a duo, and they're forced now to drop down.
We can respect the dedication, but the intentions may have been sourly put. Vico, Flixie, Veno, they're going to take advantage of the chaos up above. Back shot onto Queasy, and now Veno, Vico, but they're left in tatters. Something has gone horribly wrong. Veno's still trying to claim height.
What's happened? Vico was left on a sliver of HP, but he's able to recuperate it. Now as a duo, they can hold on to height. Panzer still looking strong as he takes down Tayson. They need to get ahead here, though, but there's just so many trios, so many players on low ground. It's absolute madness.
Somehow through all the chaos, Veno has managed to darp his way up above. Walks, Bing, they might have the heals advantage here though. What they need is build. Murstache gonna fall. Walks getting credited for that. The Siphon playing such a big part in keeping his HP alive, but no! Tag from the side. Didn't get a chance to actually block his way off.
Ping left as a solo, doing what he can to scavenge the last points of the match, but Veno and Vico continuing to rain down from above, taking player after player out, tarping on ahead, but they are running low on mats. The issue is, I don't think there's any trios that can contest them yet for high ground.
The problem also, Rax just provided them more materials. Hari, Seti, Cammy, they're trying to strike yet again. Hari gonna be brought down though. Cammy, Seti still looking to try and see if there's a chance for that revive play, but immediately shut down. Veno just relentless with this onslaught.
They're hungry. It's time to get fraggy. Vico, Veno know this. To close this out, they pick up Cammy. They pick up another elimination. Vico has 6. Looking unstoppable as now it's all up to Noah in the 1 versus 2 against absolute titans. Noah, you have to pull off a miracle to come out on top here, but it's going to be impossible. Vico, 7th elimination, closes the game, and our #1 trio continue to hold on to the throne.
4 victory royales in a single Major 1 finals is pure insanity here, Takata. We are witnessing something so great here with Veno, Vico, and Flixie, and now everybody else is stuck playing catch-up.
Vico and Flixie got 4th place at the Global Championship last year, now trioed up with Veno, and they are looking absolutely monstrous going into these final matches of the day. If they get height one more time, if they're able to continue with this momentum, Taco, we can see them taking home that Axe of Champions.
Look, we knew Vico and Flixie were fraggy after Chapter 5 last year, but what this screams to me more than anything, Takata, is Veno telling everybody I am back to claim the throne. People were questioning, is Veno actually still fraggy with it?
Da, mă, și Vico a câștigat și meciul ăsta. Deci Zandy e efectiv inexistent, nu știu ce se întâmplă cu el. Vai de mama lui. Mongraal pe 6. Ăștia fac earnings mult, anul trecut mi se pare că au făcut nu. Ia să top 6, top... Mamă, 50.000 de euro! O, ești nebun, vrei să nu vă mint? Și Zandy al nostru pe top nici dacă face 1000 de euro, ești nebun.
All talking about, oh my goodness, it's so close, oh, there's 5 teams in it. Veno said 5 teams in it, there's only 1 team in it, we're that team, they win the game, and surely this is going to push them further and ahead. Look, you're right to give Veno his praise, right? You know, meaning when we look at this trio, I think a lot of people look at Flixie and Vico, especially coming into at least as like the stars, right? Veno had a bit of an up and down year at times last year. And he actually let his team down a bit in the last 2 games, right? Obviously on the island, he was the one that got beamed. Then he was down last game. It was up to Flixie and Vico to clutch up. This game, he gets back in it. He helps the team out. And again, all 3 of these guys putting their best foot forward to help the team win this tournament.
Yeah, and I think what's most impressive about the way that these last 2 games have gone is that it was Vico and Flixie. Now it's Vico and Benno. It just seems like you put 2 of these players together, one player goes down, they're an FNCS winning duo entirely. So it just seems like they have that power in their tank. If one of their players do go down, it just doesn't seem like you can write them off when they are in that duo clutch situation. This was just beautiful stuff. The way they took high ground off of Queasy was amazing. There was a couple of moments in that end game where they were actually looking for height. They had the materials for it. They kept looking up. I think there was a moment where they tried to TP up and they actually just cancelled it. They said, right, okay, we're going to go back down. We're going to retry another time. That just shows so much maturity and so much experience there.
I remember last year in duos, we had so many like great FNCS wins that came off of the back of like great solo clutches, right? When Swizzy and Vanya won, and Vanya and Swizzy individually both had great solo clutches. Here in trios, we're seeing great duo clutches, right? You know, that's what makes FNCS champions, teams who can win when they got a man down, or maybe even 2.
Well, we're only 2 games away from crowning our next champion, so we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be talking even more about game number 10. Welcome back to FNCS Europe. We are nearing the end of the Major 1 finals. We have just 2 more games to go before we crown our first champions of Chapter 6. And if you missed it before the break, Benno, Vico and Flixie, they took their 4th victory royale of the weekend. And when you look at the names in this trio, it's kind of obvious that this had to happen, boys. They're clearly setting out their plan for the rest of the year, as we said before the break, and they're doing it in convincing fashion. But let's take a look at number, I'm I'm gonna just pick a number, any number. In fact,
Random
you know what?
number.
Yeah, you know what it is, boys. I'm actually trying to see where Malibuka, Ping, and Vox went because they were in second spot, but now they've moved down to the 4th position. They're still putting in a convincing performance, but it came down to Ping and Vox in that end game mini minor.
Yeah, I'm glad you picked number 4 because that was the team that I picked to win this whole weekend, and it hasn't been the greatest performance, particularly in that last game. We were going into it saying, right, it's a 2-horse race, very excited to see who is going to come out on top here. It's very, very close.
Bă, păi bag și eu niște 1v1 până ce meciurile, că în 3 minute încep meciurile și mai joc și așa puțin, că na, mă plictisesc dacă tot aștept așa în continuu, na, știți ce zic. Ce faci, mă?
Shut the fuck up, bro.
Bro, wait.
What happened? Am I too good for you?
You are nigga? Fuck. Bă, gata, începură meciurile, hai să revenim la meciuri.
Looking for kind of angles to see if their opponents slip up, right? Find an opening. But it looks like Swizzy. Oh, what a shot from the fire. Oni Mask even almost getting a knock here onto Sky Jump. As that's already a good amount of damage. But as you can see from Mr.Savage, Queasy, Swizzy, they don't want to fully commit. I mean, going down off the rip in game 11 on day 2, being already so close to first place in the second place spot. I mean, well, I say so close. They've got quite a lot of points they got to get to overthrow Rico Benoflixi, but they're in second place. They're literally the position behind them, so they cannot afford to go down in the early game here.
Mr.Savage still kind of peeking underneath. See if Momsy's trying to pop his head out anytime soon. Queasy also, what a great teammate. Perfect money shot, just throwing the shield potion to make sure that Mr.Savage is going to be able to keep that fight going, even if he does get tagged up a little bit here. Flixie, on the other hand, trying to maintain this first spot position on the leaderboard, Takata. There are huge implications if they walk away with the top 3 placement here in game 11. I don't want to say it'd be impossible for anybody else to catch them, but it would clearly establish them as a top 2, and that's perfect circumstances for the global championship.
What I love about Rico Benoflixi is even if they have a hurdle where, for example, Veno goes down, it shows how strong it is to be trioed up with a solidified duo that had previous success and being able to just clutch it out themselves, even in fights. If one of them gets knocked, they can still turn those fights around. They can take a lot of these situations where some high-skilled trios would just not be able to make it out of and turn it into a comeback to the end game, still getting a good amount of points, which is why they're leading the pack currently. Well, you gotta be careful because Queasy has been knocked down at Seaport City. It's the shake-off. This is now putting a bit of panic onto Swizzy and Mr.Savage.
Swizzy and Mr.Savage, though, this is so unfortunate because they're trying to ensure that they stay well above everybody else for the leaderboard. They know that they can't afford to go down here early. They don't want to bank everything on their match 12 performance, but Momsy might have other plans in mind for this team. Swizzy hoping that he can cut somebody off if they try to make an attempt up towards the top of this building.
Issue is, wait, Swizzy, hold that thought. Big Pump gets connected. Can he finish it off, though? He does get the knock. Momsy's gonna take him down. It's a 1 versus 1, but during this, all the trios in the surrounding areas, the third parties Guys are hungry. They hear the shots. They know they can feast. As Mr.Savage has to make the decision to disengage here, even if he ends up taking out Momsy, he knows I drop Sky Scroll. They're waiting on the other end of the door.
But Sky Scroll, I drop, they might be the real benefactors after everything that's gone down here inside of Seaport City. They are left to just try and clean up house. They are not willing to let anybody escape currently. They know just how important every single one of these elimination points could be for them. On top of the placements, they have so much ground to make up for after the start of this day 2 for them.
It's a tough start, Taco. It's a tough start for Mr.Savage, Queasy, and Swizzy in the second to last match of the major finals, but we've seen them get back-to-back reboots and still get close to that end game, so now they have to do it when it matters the most. For Pix, Darm, and Demus, though, 5th place spot. Contenders for that top 2 get a spot at the Global Championship. And if something goes poorly for Veno, Vico, and Flixie here, it's gonna be a green light for the rest of the trios up above, so Veno has to be extremely careful in these early game engagements. They cannot go down this early.
But if something goes awful here for Vico, Flixie, and Veno, it might just be the saving grace for Queasy's team, considering that he's already sitting back, just having to scan the elimination feed to get news of what's to come here. Cringe, Matt BK, though, not looking particularly healthy. Vico already tarping overhead. Veno as well gets a good line of sight onto Mappy, just continuing to try and break into his box, completely spraying. But unfortunately, Veno not going to be able to find the connections he needs just yet. That is until Mappy exposed himself just a moment too long. No shields left.
Is that going to be the opening for Vico, Flixie, Veno? Are they going to get aggro onto that now? As Vico looks for an angle, he knows it's a potential player that's low close by. Cringe is going to be the one playing aggressive. Shot gets connected, but it's not a big one. Just a quarter of his shield taking off. As now a quick second to take a deep breath, refresh on the fight. Consider, do we keep on pushing forwards? Are we finished yet? It looks like they're not, as Veno drops down and looks again for another angle.
But this is their fight. This is their winning moment, or at least the start of one. Veno, Vico, Flixie just continuing to try and break through into the center hold that Mappy, Cade, and Cringe have somewhat managed to establish here. But all of this fire, all of these shots going off in the area, it's starting to draw too much attention. Other teams flying in now for Magic Mosses.
Yeah, trying to see, hey, what's going on here? As Vico hits the shots needed onto Cade. Cringe now following shortly behind. One knock is all it takes to turn the tables, as now Flixie's gonna finish Cringe. And just like that, they're gonna pick up some quick 3 eliminations right before the third party comes through.
Could not have come at a better time. They needed this opener. They're not the only ones. Chino.
Oh.
Big takedown onto Mr.Savage. That is a devastating blow to a team that had just climbed their way into that second place position. The door is wide open now. Vanya, Pixie, Marius, Ping, Walks, Malabuka, even Pix, Darman, Demas.
Cât mai e, mă, din turneu, ești
They've all got to
nebun.
be taking notice of what's gone down here.
The issue is, though, if Vico, Veno, and Flixie are able to make it to the end game healthy, with potential for another solid match, it just could solidify themselves that Blade of Champions. Even before the last game, if they're able to get another victory royale, they want a huge match going into this. But Malabuka now, once again around night shift, trying to see if they can catch any of these trios that are rotating through Storm off guard. To not even just get a bit of damage on them, but even some eliminations.
Looked like Seti, Cammy, and Ari, they knew what kind of stockpile Vico, Flixie, and Veno like to hold on to here at Flooded Frogs. They were trying to make use of some of those leftover goods, but they've been spotted out. Vico just chasing down Ari now. Knows that is a freebie elimination once he's been that separated. The rest of his teammates having already been taken out. Axe Force, though, could be another threat. Veno, Vico, and Flixie aren't out of the woods just yet.
They're comfortable having these in-storm engagements. They know how to get out of them. They know how to play them, so I'm not too worried at all yet. All it does take is one slip up though, and Force is crouching up behind them. He might just catch one off guard. Flixie's already been cracked. If he can connect the shot on the player that's low, it could mean everything, but he's sprinted. They heard the footsteps now. They know the aggro's onto them. They're forced to play defensive, but they drop on in, and just like that, gonna recuperate a lot of HP and shield, making it that much more difficult for Force to get anything from this.
But this is unexpected company. Venom, Vico, Flixie, this is not what they were anticipating to encounter when they made their way back over to Flooded Frogs. Roman, though, tries to escape, but when he looks to follow up with his teammates, Force for 9 just shot down from the skies. One thing about this trio, you are not going to have an easy time looking to soar out away from them.
5 eliminations, 6 eliminations on the board already. Starting this one off in the 3rd zone before Rift Island even appears. This is not looking good for the rest of the top 5. As we look back at Ping, Walks, and Malabuka, Walks already got cracked. Has more than enough shield to recuperate it, so it must have just been a beam from afar. I don't think it's any danger yet for this trio.
Definitely very familiar with playing from inside the storm here, but knowing that Queasy's team has been fully eliminated, knowing that they are right on the cusp of being able to overtake that position, it's bound to cause them to consider every single engagement from this moment on.
We've talked a lot about the top teams, but Vanya, Pixie, and Marius are one that's a full trio, already looking healthy, already in zone. And now with Queasy, Murstache, and Swizzy being knocked out of the game, it gives them that much higher of a chance to not only potentially take that 1st place spot, but take that 2nd place spot, which guarantees them a place in the global championship. So it's not just playing for that 1st place spot, but if they're able to qualify themselves to GC in Major 1, that's gonna put some relief in their mind.
Uh-oh, this is trouble. Pix and Darm just trying to glide into the zone at this point, but no Demas Takata, another one of our top 5 teams, and a team that has just done so phenomenally over the course of this Major 1 finals. You would not think that it is their first time in a Major 1 finals.
No, not at all, but I'm getting a little scared myself being in that 5th place spot. I mean, what, they are incredibly close from 2nd place, and imagine in your first FNCS Major finals you qualify to the global championship. That would be unreal for this trio, but it looks like iDrop, Sky, and Scroll are going to be the first ones to Shogun's Arena and potentially even be able to take it here.
They've had so many issues throughout the course of day 2 in comparison how day 1 went, and a lot of it just exclusively coming down to the fact that that southern section of the map changed so drastically overnight. So many teams looking to try and be adaptable, be flexible, work around the areas that didn't work out for them. But with iDrop, Sky, and Scroll in control of that Shogun's Medallion potentially, and Shogun's Arena in general, it's going to make things all the more difficult for our teams that are also fighting to maintain their position on the leaderboard. Veno, Vico, and Flixie just trying to stay 1 step ahead.
That 1 step's all you need if you want to solidify that place. They have such an incredibly strong start to this match. All that's left is closing it out. They can't get too greedy here, as now all they need to do are play these rotations, play these zones, and looking at Mr.Savage, Panzer, and Mongraal, this is a trio that's constantly went for that high ground. They've gotten so close, but it's been the trio after them.
Dacă iar a murit Zandy, e clar că nu face earnings.
They'll be able to take it at the correct time, but just from the blink of an eye, we look at Mongraal's trio for a second, and Veno gets eliminated, leaving Vico and Flixie once again to play this out as a duo.
This is such a tragedy.
N-a murit încă.
In the middle of 5th zone here as well. Flixie, Vico, they'd have a really tough time trying to make any sort of reboot opportunities, but they can't even think about that just
Sunt
yet.
6 meciuri. Ar trebui să ia Zandy în ambele meciuri ar trebui să ia sub top 5 cu minim 5 kill-uri în ambele meciuri. Și ar fi, să zic, mai ok. Adică ar fi super.
Vico left as a solo now. He's lost Flixie. He's lost Venno. It's all up to him to try and maintain their spot in first place. This is an absolute tragedy for the trio, but on the other hand, I know Vanya, Pixie, Marius are licking their lips right now watching these players fall. It's that opening for all the trios in the top 5 to get closer and closer to first place.
Bă, nu știu.
One thing Vico does have going for him is that he was well above the search threshold, which we can't say the same for Pix and Darm. And even worse still, they might be caught in between a couple of different teams. And since they're soon to be desperate to get a little bit more surge online, they won't have the luxury of choosing if they want to fight or not. Marvik immediately trying to make his presence known, but Pix doing a great job at pushing back.
Playing the defensive here, but even so, is Pix going to be able to clean this one up? The issue is not only cleaning this up, but finding a way to get back to the zone after. Medkit being popped, but shotgun shots connected. Pix gets eliminated, and this fight's not even finished yet.
No, Loki and Luce still trying to see if they can pick off Adesito in the mix, but Adesito with a massive... That's huge! Elim potential here. Adesito, most importantly, still just not allowing any freebies here. Chap on the other end of it as well. Still more teams just completely wiped out here. And that's going to be a perfect pickings for Noah Riley, Janice, and Chap.
Yeah, not only that, a lot of our top trios are going down. I mean, by the second, leaving a little less stress for Vico, but still, even then, Vico has so much pressure for this last match.
Bă, și Zandy a spus că e jale. Zandy vechi. Zandy am înțeles că e solo. În momentul ăsta, nici nu știu dacă mai e în viață. Încă mai e în viață, dar e solo, cică.
Keeping in mind just how much surge he had at the starting point, it is so heartbreaking to know.
Unde îl vedem noi pe...
That if
Da,
his
nici pe
teammates were
nicăieri.
just alive with him still, but Vico's got to be real careful about where he's boxed up that team. Might have been currently in a solo situation.
Aoleu, Doamne ajută.
Avoid only mask, only the kinetic blade to work with. Makes sense that they're trying to be first to claim some elevated positionings, because not only would definitely like to find elimination, find a player to take avoid only mask from.
Just give them that south pole. Give them that south pole, and that's all they need. Close this one out, but on the contrary, whatever trio is able to get on that mountain that Ping was looking at could also be a prime position here. The good news for Malibuca, Ping, and Walks, though, is they have more than enough vision to tag every single trio that's going to try and rotate in here. As another healthy trio is going to be Mr.Savage. Hands are Mongraal, but even though you're healthy, you might not be good on Surge. Just 96 above. As now players are going to start looking more aggressively for tags. They could quickly get dropped below. As Savage knows this, and now he has to find some.
Not only that, but with the way that the zone is pulling up onto elevation like the mountain range, having only a Typhoon Blade, it's going to be very difficult terrain for Savage to actually charge his way upwards through. So he's going to have to be very cautious with how he proceeds once they actually leave their current base situation. And if Panzer and Mongraal can't provide those necessary cover fire, rotations are only going to get more difficult, and Vico already experiencing the woes of that.
So many eyes are on Vico, not only getting cracked, just doing what he can to make his way back into zone. All the pressure is on his shoulders, 17 builds left, it's all wood. Even more of a reason for all the other players in the lobby to keep focusing you. They know you must be low on materials, as as now just one build left in the dream. Vico, Veno, Flixie get shut down in the second to last match of the EU Major Finals, but Mr.Savage as well is put into panic. He's lost both his teammates. Left as a solo once again. Our whole top 5 are getting eliminated.
This elevation range is no friend to any of our current teams trying to break through. Sky taken out.
Cred că s-a candus Zandy. Nu pot să cred, bă, ce s-a întâmplat cu ei.
I want to know where Vanya is. I need to know how healthy they're looking. As Tace and Chicho Trulex are
Da, la top 10.
But I believe the only trios in the top 5 is Malabuka's trio, is Vanya's trio, and they're looking quite healthy as well. It's all or nothing for this trio now to set themselves up for the last match.
Vanya knows it. He's spotted out the fact that Shxrk alone, but
sunt pe 21 momentan.
No real reason to either. They know ultimate height. Trulex, Tace and Chicho watching their every move.
O să fie pe 25 după ce termin toți meciurile. Măcar sper să facă bani din turneul ăsta. Dar nu-mi vine să cred că au ajuns până în Grand Final și na, nu pot să facă și ei o performanță mai bună.
Between Malabuka's trio and Vaniac's trio going into this game was just one elimination, less than an elimination in terms of points, both neck to neck. As we look at Gripey, Rezoy and Noms taking a good elevated position here, edge of storm now, as the zone even pulled towards them, potential to try and take height here.
S-a calificat din prima Zandy Grand. Bă, chat, deci eu când zic Zandy mă refer la tot teamul lui, și Ju și cu... Deci când zic Zandy mă refer la tot teamul. Zandy plus Shxrk plus Ju, să înțelegeți. Așa. Deci teamul Zandy, așa, teamul lui Zandy, să zic așa, s-au calificat din prima, chat. Au fost în divizia 1, deci nu înțeleg ce să... Bă, atât de bine au jucat la performance, cap, la... Bă, au fost better.
As well, also looking to try and make that same tackle for height, looking to bring down our players, and Shxrk gonna be one of the first.
This could be it. Is that gonna be enough of a refresh for them to get more?
Bă, sunt curios de Kami și de Seti, mă. Chiar, bă, măcar ei, bă, mâncava-și gura voastră. Bă, măcar Kami și Seti, mă. Bă! Bă! Bă, sunt top 6 Kami și Seti, bă, mâncava-și gura. Bă, s-a întors roata, bă, chat. Top 20 Kami și Seti. S-a întors roata, chat.
As well from the low ground. They're fully aware of the fact that they don't have a real way to try and challenge for height, so to say. Right now, they're even focused on just trying to stay alive in general. Ping does have that Shxrk's medallion. All he has to do is sprint. He's running around, trying to get as much momentum as possible, hoping that nobody scouts him out just yet. Gonna even drop that medallion the moment that he realizes he couldn't hold on to it any longer. Wax, though, won't be able to pick up anything after the fact.
Got the medallion, but got it eliminated shortly after as Gripey, Rizoi, Noms want to close this one out. There is a full trio. It's Tayson down below that want to put a stop to the high ground chaos, but Rizoi isn't going to let that one slide as he drops down, and he's looking to get fraggy.
Catchery as well, directly underneath where Chicho currently sits. But Gripe, Rizoi, Noms, with this control of Aitakata, they've got the real star-studded seat to close this one out.
I see Nako down below, though. This is a match that means everything to them. They haven't been able to make it too far in these end games, but as they try and climb the mountain, Gripey putting an end to it. Rizoi, Noms, just one more shot connected, and they close out this match, taking down Nako and taking home that victory royale.
A hard-earned lobby finish there as well from Gripe's team. I can respect the celebration in that webcam as well. It was not easy necessarily, Takada, especially when we think about some of the teams that were also looking to break their way through those elevation shifts, but maintaining that high position, just ultimately proving to be too good.
Yeah, I mean, that's gonna boost them up the leaderboard. They were in the mid-section going into this match, I believe in 19th place. So now with that victory royale, hopefully it bumps them up enough spots. But I'm also thinking in the back of my head, you know, the last trios that were up in the top 5, we got Vanya's trio, Malabuka's trio. They were 3-point difference getting into this match. How much is that going to change now that both of them made it to the end game after the other top 5 trios had gone down? There's so many questions I have, Taco, but there's only 3 people that can answer them. So Frankie, take it away.
Thank you very much. Rizoi, Noms and Gripey fully took hold of the situation on high ground after the usual kings went down early on. 11-2K, how likely do you think that victory royale was at the start of the game? Were you expecting to see those guys take it?
It was not something I was expecting, to be completely honest with you, Frank. I like to be honest around this. Sometimes I put in a little white lie here and there, but if I'm being honest, it wasn't something I was expecting at all. But it was nice to see, you know, a sort of almost reset game. I feel like we get these every once in a while, many in like these FNCSs where like we're all waiting for the winning moment to happen, like, and someone to just do it in game 11. And then, you know, everything goes out the water and we actually now get the close game 12 we've been wanting. So big thank you to Noms, Rizoi and Gripe for providing us that. I've already been bigging up Gripe a lot this season because he's, you know, doing great things outside of competitive in the world of UEFN and whatnot. But thank you. You have saved this grands for me.
Yeah, I mean, I first sort of heard of Gripe when he actually played with Flixie, and they got 5th, I think it was, sort of Chapter 4 Season 2 in that season, and I always sort of had a bit of admiration for him. He seemed like a good grinder, good player, could never really find a teammate that really worked for him after Flixie, and of course now Flixie's gone on to do amazing things, so it's nice to see these guys picking up a nice victory royale here in this game, and of course, for them, it's going to boost them up in the standings, as Takata rightly said. It's their own sort of mini storyline. We're talking about these bigger sort of effects on the leaderboard, but for them, it's going to do wonders for them going into this last game and boost them up in the standings, earn them some more money. It's absolutely vital.
It's also, I guess, a good morale booster for them in terms of thinking about what they want to do going into Season 2. Because obviously all of our trio is going to have to make some big decisions at the end of Major 1 in deciding whether they're going to stick, whether they're going to twist, and whether they're going to carry on. And I really hope that this trio does. And I really hope that you guys are going to carry on watching, because we only have one more game to go before we crown our Major 1 FNCS Europe champions. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back to FNCS. We just have one more game and then we're going to find out who our first champions of the year will be. And it is incredibly close at the top of the leaderboard, especially after some of our biggest runners in this race had an early exit in game number 11. And in fact, there's only something like 40 points between a lot of our teams in this top 5. It's absolutely wild, Mini Miner.
Yeah, and it could have been even closer if Ping, Wox, Malabuka, Vanya, Pixie, Marius had better games right there. Not to say they didn't have a very good game at all. They had a decent game, 5th place for Ping, Wox, and Malabuka, but that gap could be even tighter. I think right now, Levin, in my opinion, I think it's just too much for them to clutch out. I just don't see them overtaking Vico, Ven, and Flixie. They're just so solid off spawn. And we saw it in that game. They're so aggressive early on. They weren't nervous whatsoever.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one, I think, because obviously they had a rough game, but the other two beneath them didn't do enough in that game really to you know, they made it closer, of course, coming into this, but they needed to have a good game, right? Like, that's the game where it's like, okay, your biggest competitors go down, get a win now. Do you know what I mean? Let's have some fun with it. Like, let's really start to ramp things up and build some momentum here. And if I'm Vico, Ven, or Flixie, I'm looking at these guys in Malabuka, Ping, and Wox, and I'm smiling because these guys look set up to win it, right? They got the Omega refresh where they took out like 4 different players and had just cap mats, cap everything. And you're thinking, okay, now you just play out the game from here and surely you just win, right? Or at least, you know, get a top 2 for us. And then things just start going awry. You see Malabuka goes down here. Everything's discoordinated. Ping had the Invis medallion. He didn't know what to do with the Invis medallion. Tried to drop it to Wox, but it was just too late at that point. Again, it just felt like everything was all over the place. This team needs to calm down.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, Levin, if you're looking at the leaderboard, if you're looking back at the 11 games that we've had so far today, they haven't won. They haven't actually managed to pick up a victory. So should we really be surprised that they haven't managed to pick up a VR in that game? Because they haven't been doing it all day, and that's been a key for them. Of course, finding some consistency, but they haven't been able to win. So for them right now, it's definitely now or never in this last game.
Another trio without a victory royale to their name is Vanya's trio, and they did make it close towards the end game, but they had some serious issues with their mats, Mini Miner.
Yeah, they did. Very similar situation to Ping, Wox, and Malabuka. It was almost like a mirrored performance, if you like, from both of these guys, playing these low to mid-ground layers, albeit with a few less eliminations on this team's perspective, but a very similar endgame.
Bă, oficial, cel mai lung live de pe canal. Am trecut recordul de 3 ore 40 cât era pe cel mai lung live al meu. Băgați și vă un subscribe acolo.
Vanya's a champion. Vanya's shown us that, you know, with the right teammates and the right situation, he can win in FNCS, right? I know that from Vanya. When I look at Pixie and Marius, I look at 2 young stars who have lit the world on fire over the past year and haven't quite had, you know, the best opportunities maybe in an FNCS to actually go out there and win, right? And compete to win. This game 12 tells me a lot about who these players are going forward, especially in the case of Marius.
Stai că mă gândeam și mă uitam pe periozi, dar... Ia că se terminară toate meciurile legit, hai să ne uităm la leaderboard. Mamă, bă! Bă, cringe! Mamă, cringe cu Mepi, bă, ești prost. Zandy e pe locul 25. Bă, legit, deci dacă... Bă... Mamă, bă, nu vine să cred. Deci e fix la limită, mă... gen... ba nu, stai că ne uităm după. Ia.
The prestigious Blade of Champions, a guaranteed spot on the battle bus for the global championship taking place later on this year, Takata. There are some huge implications that could essentially pan out here for our final match, Major 1 Finals.
The pressure is on the line. Will Vico, Flixie be able to hold on to the
Pe
throne
locul
and
23
claim that blade
sunt.
of champions? Will they get overthrown by either Malibuca's trio, by potentially Vanya's trio? Will another trio in the top 5 make the comeback? That question will be answered in this final match of the EU FNCS Major Finals. I could not be more excited.
Gata. Finalul oficial a început. Toată lumea, hai Zandy. Hai Zandy.
Thinking about early games though, a lot of these trios in the top 5 aren't contested. One that is though is Queasy, Murstache, and Swizzy. We've seen this battle time and time again at Seaport City. How will it shake up in this last match? They didn't have a chance to make something happen in the end game last match, so it's all up to them now in game 12 to do it.
And Murstache, he's got a streak to try and keep alive here. You have to remember, for the past 2 chapters,
Bă, dar numai pe ăștia, bă, îi pune. Pe Queasy, bă, numai team-ul ăsta îi pune mereu când începe. Hai Zandy.
It's a huge uphill battle even to try and overtake where Veno, Vika, and Flixie currently sit on the leaderboard. They've got to go absolutely nuclear in this lobby, Takata, to even make up for the time that they missed out with the early departure in match 11.
Now, the main issue with this off-spawn engagement is that even if Queasy, Swizzy, and Murstache do end up winning this battle,
Hai
if it takes
Zandy.
too long, they're gonna end up losing it to
Zandy.
the third party. So it's either they take it very quickly or they just
Așa
live
ar
up
trebui
and
să fac, bă.
disengage. And it looks like both trios right now are trying to take the safer route for this last match.
For Queasy's team especially, they know exactly what's on the line here. Teeny, Svi, Atris, a battle we've been watching all day long taking place at Shogun Solitude. They thought if they designated where they wanted to drop here today that it would bow better for them, but instead it's kind of worked against them. Svi at least trying to win this fight up against Dom, but he watches as Teeny gets knocked. He might have a similar knock onto Dom, but 1 versus 2, and the numbers are just not in his favor.
Yeah, I mean, not having that
Ăștia
player
au fight.
advantage. He knows they're going for the double res, has to make that push, but unfortunately, they just got too much loot, too much shield, and he doesn't have anything that he can use to close it out. As we look
Bă, dar ăștia au
Vico,
locație
Veno,
bună rău de tot, mă,
Flixie,
Vico cu Flixie și
continuing
cu
with their
Veno.
uncontested top spot.
Bine, bă, sincer, cel mai bun, dacă ai vrut să fac un top 1, top 2 și top 3 la teamul lui Vico, între Vico și Veno și Flixie, ar fi locul 1 Veno, locul 2, nu știu la cine să mă decid între Flixie și Vico, lăsăm ordinsurile la o parte, dar play-ul gen cum joacă ei acum, joacă cam la fel.
Just big dead side rotations or optimal positions deeper into zones. Vanya, Marius, and Pixie, though, they've been the talk of the town.
This is a trio that I want to highlight. I mean, you have Pixie, who was previously trioed with Queasy, Veno, now just waiting for that shot once again after getting the bad side of the trio switch up to kind of prove himself alongside Marius. From a pop-off performance in Major 1, waiting as well for his chance once again on a solid team to put some respect on their names. And like Levin was saying, Vanya, he's a champion, had an amazing year last year, but he couldn't show what he was made of on the global stage. And all it takes is a top 2 today to qualify all 3 of them to the global championships and finally put some respect on this trio as we look at Chino, Pink, and Nebs, who are starting off in a dangerous situation.
It's the other side of that leaderboard conversation. Pink, Nebs, and Chino, while they're able to hold down 25th after the end of day 1, day 2 has been an incredibly rough go. Chino, Pink, Nebs, are also just trying to ensure that Batman for Strokey, Volko.
Bă, ți-ar facem, bă, la de 5 ore.
Didn't realize how exposed he actually was to Chino, but still not enough to claim the life just yet as Marius now trying to take.
Bă, da, oare, eu zic că mă aud mult mai bine, bă, cea dacă gen, uite, stați. Gen momentul ăsta. Eu zic că mă aud mult mai bine decât dacă mi-aș pune microfonul puțin mai sus de gură, să zic așa. Da, așa se aude aerul ăsta, gen, nu știu cum să explic. Ia.
Just try to Shxrk his way through, but it's not gonna cut it just yet. Marius also with the backup calls just in case. Might not even be necessary. This engagement for Artist Trio just falling apart.
Ok, mă. Ok, merge și așa. Hai să mă uit dacă a murit Zandy, legit, dacă a murit. Dacă a murit, pa, direct alte 4, tot. S-au încheiat oficial Grand Final-urile.
EU Major 1 Finals here, Takata and Vico looking to see if he can get an overhead view onto Gudenbree. He's just created and controlled so much of the layer directly above, but Gudenbree doing a decent job at defending. Flixie also nearly finds an opening shot onto Clownski, but Gudenbree, his shield, his HP in general, it's not looking good.
This is the exact same trio that they were able to take out in the last match as well. It was a surprise attack though, and this time around, the trio's ready to get defensive. I mean, Vico, Flixie, Veno, there's a trio.
N-a murit. N-a murit Zandy deocamdată. Sper să fie meciul lui, mă.
This is the start of it. If they're able to win this fight and set themselves up, give them that freedom to continue rotating later on in this match. All it takes is a bit of damage, but on the contrary, if they go down now, that dream could be eliminated.
Huge credits to Raz as well, by the way, for his coaching capabilities, especially when you're working with some of the most talented players in EU. You would think these guys, surely they got to know everything, but Raz, one thing's for sure, his team's day 2 performances, they always tend to be a little bit better than the first, and Gudenbree experiencing that right now. Veno, Vico,
o să pornească, cred că și la Zandy live-ul. Cred, nu sunt 100%. 100% o să pună story pe Insta.
You can tell though, being this last game with so much pressure on the line, they cannot afford a mistake. They cannot get boxed up as a solo here. They've already done so much damage, but this fight is taking longer than a usual one from this trio.
How far we've come since the Vico free loot days. Vico though, he's spotting an opportunity onto Clownski. Gets a piece, but not enough. And Vico, he still wants more. Clownski, Gudenbree, Moneymaker though, they're gonna be the ones that actually turn it on to Flixie. This is disastrous.
They caught him out as a solo. This is what they could not let happen. As shots connect through various angles, Veno, Vico have to decide what to do now. They've lost Flixie. Are they just gonna fully disengage and come back later? How many options do they have? Veno only has one build. If Gudenbree, Clown, and Money start pushing them, this could be lethal.
This fight is just taking entirely too long. Teams from a distance also causing issues with commitment here, but Veno, Vico, they're getting chased out. Gudenbree has spotted the opportunity. Moneymaker as well. Vico just trying to do what he can to recover some material, but they're playing so split from each other. It's a prime opportunity for Moneymaker.
On the other end though, this could be an opportunity for Vico to get that reboot card and bring Flixie back in the game while all eyes are on Veno as he runs away. But it looks like there's still a player looking at Vico now. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make it out either. The aggression is getting changed from Veno to Vico. It's even a different trio that's looking at him. It's Lucia, it's Nefrizzi, Starkus. It's a whole new trio going for Vico. They know he's a solo.
And poor Vico, he's left to just try and make a run for it. Veno can't get close because if he reveals himself, not only does he have to deal with Moneymaker's team, but a whole new trio entirely. That would be an easy sandwich, and that's not the kind of pinch that Veno's trying to get himself caught up in.
It looks like Vico might have been able to make it out from the pursuit of Lucia and his trio, but this is still not what you want to see from our top contenders going into this last match of the major finals. Fully split up from each other, one man down, now have to get the reboot and bring themselves back into the match. The good news is, though, it looks like they got out of the aggression so far. They'll have a bit of time to potentially bring Flixie back in and look for that comeback.
What's left to be considered, though, is that all our teams in that top 5 of the leaderboard bound to be paying note of what's actually going down in that elimination feed. And with that being said, if you know that Veno and Vico are gonna have to make a play for a reboot. Oh no. Comeback Mix and Blaha. They caught Marius and Vanya.
Another tragedy for one of our top trios. Marius, Vanya put into panic as the pressure's on them. A full trio storming on in as Pixie gets dropped to just 6 shield. They're forced to pop that water sprite. The good news is they were able to get out without a single player getting knocked. They already have the advantage of 4 eliminations to start this off. They can basically play full dead side for a majority of this mid game. They don't need to take any risks. But that was almost unfortunate with the full trio coming in, already having builds placed. The good news is they made it out, but so did Veno, Vico, and Flixie.
Comeback Blaha and Mixon knew that they had one opportunity to get the job done, and when it didn't pan out in their favor, it was an immediate disengage. They were not willing to stick around. They knew just how heavily based
Zandy.
Flixie being rebooted, though, is massive. Granted, Veno and Vico and Flixie, they still have so much to make up for. They've got surge and time lost in that kind of essence, but they can still make up for it, and they can definitely still hold strong here.
Malabuka walks and ping. Walks after day 1 of these major finals. I mean, we've talked about it, moving to 0 ping, looking at huge potential in terms of playing aggressive and getting those eliminations, those frags, especially in the late game. But after day 1, he wasn't even up there in terms of statistics compared to other players. But now in day 2, he's made an absolute comeback alongside his trio, dominating the rest of the lobby. Can they bring that forwards through this last end game when it matters the most? As we look back at Swizzy, Queasy, and Murstache, they made it out of Seaport this time, but not without any eliminations.
Oh, Malabuka, this is a problem, Panzer. Recognizing the fact this is a weakened player, I'm gonna go ahead and charge right through, but cover fire from Ping and Walks. They're gonna be able to save Malabuka for the time being. Malabuka might even have the chance to escape. I take that back. Savage gonna shut that dream down immediately. Travesty strikes.
Second place going into this match. Malabuka gets taken out, leaving it to Walks and Ping. We were just talking about how much value these fraggers were able to get in the late game, but now with Malabuka gone down, another of our top trios forced to play it out slower. Vico, Veno, Flixie had kind of the fortunate aspect of it being done so early that they did have that opportunity to get a quick reboot, but now Ping and Walks, it's going to be a lot more difficult for them.
Swizzy and Murstache, though, they've been trying to set up base on this mountain span next to brutal boxcars, and Lucy, they're not looking to let this real estate go for free by any means, but Swizzy still has good scope of the entire lobby. Murstache also trying to keep other teams in check, trying to prevent them from getting involved in their current exchange.
Decide what's next for this trio. They have so many opponents in the surrounding areas. They're able to just kind of take shots at the players not only already boxed up, but the ones surrounding them. They know they can't put themselves at risk, though. as now Walks and Ping are going to be forced to go for that reboot and make it back to zone.
They don't have any other options here, but the problem is that this is going to take so long. And not only that, but you can see what Ping and Walks are fighting for in the first place. Their very first FNCS title to come this close and then watch it just slip through the cracks. It can be a tough break for anybody.
The good news is they were able to get that reboot. Hopefully we'll see them later on, but I'm also thinking Vanya, Pixie, Marius. Now this is a trio.
A făcut puțin de bate, tarabonă. Sunt curios cum s-a auzit. Oare că s-a auzit de chat-a? Așa, o să vorbesc, o să fiu comentatorul number one.
Not trying to panic by any means. They just need to work it through calm and steady for this match 12. If they want to net the results that they're after. Chicho, Trulex, Tayson, though, a team that just has so much pedigree in name alone, and yet has largely struggled throughout the course of this Major 1 Finals. The Surge meta just working entirely against them.
Yeah, who was once seen as the undoubtable GOAT. As now we look at Veno, Flixie, Vico, who have caught Starkus off guard, but they do have to be careful as once again Veno's been cracked. Another fight in the storm. This trio cannot afford to go down again. They've already recuperated that rough situation at the start of the match. They don't want it to happen again.
Și momentul adevărului. A murit Zandy. A murit. A murit. N-a murit. Bine.
He's got Rakuzan in his sights, and finally Veno is going to get the finishing tag there. Big elimination onto Rakuzan. That's just going to extend. Marius, Pixie, and Vanya are out of the count. Their hopes of maintaining a global championship position completely out the window, I would say.
Going into this match in third place, getting knocked out before the second and first place trio. You can see the second place one, Malibuka Ping Walk, still looking healthy. And heartbreaking finish for Vanya, but that much more motivation for these next tournaments. They already proved that they can get this close. All that's left is to finish it off in the upcoming majors. For now, the eyes are on Malibuka Ping Walks, Vico, Veno, Flixie, all these trios that are still in the match, looking to make something happen.
Several different teams, though. Malibuka Ping Walks, they want nothing to do with it. Shxrk and Ju kind of just directly next to them, but all these TPs flying forward, bound to draw some attention from the team that's still up on Shogun's arena. Granted, Malibuka just trying to make quick work of it, doesn't want to stick around to find out what might happen next.
Rift Island doesn't close inside of the zone here as Malibuka takes some shots rotating on in. But the focus for a lot of these trios is just to get in zone, but you got to be careful on these rotates. Walks, gets knocked down, his team doing what they can to build on out and keep him up. Small Fry's getting dropped, the double. Revive coming through, and I think I can hold my breath a little longer. The match is not over for Malibuka Ping and Walks yet.
Problem though is at this time that they're gonna have to spend fishing to bring back some of those much needed heals for later on. And it's not time that Vico has, so to say. He's just trying to escape for the time being. They've been caught in too much of an exchange here at Brutal Boxcars, just looking to teleport out.
It's been back-to-back chaos from the start of this match. It's been non-stop as Vico and Veno are left to play this out as a duo. All eyes are on them. Shots coming from various angles.
Nu, a murit Zandy, nu.
Veno gets knocked. It's all
A, ba nu. Yes. Bine, mă, bine. Mamă, zona a 7-a, bă. Bine, mă, bravo lor.
Because Ping walks at Malabuka, even if Malabuka did take the early spill, he's still back in the running here. His team a little bit hurt after losing walks, but it's not an easy situation here. Vico knows exactly what he's dealing with. He doesn't want to risk this first place position. It is all down to as many points as possible.
A 47-point difference between first place and second place. Vico Venoflixi being in that first place spot. If they get eliminated right now, that will be all that Malabuka, Walks, and Ping need to take that #1 spot from them. Everything is on the line for Vico.
The problem is he has literally nothing here, Takada. There's no way that he's going to be able to finish where this zone is pulling to. He's got to just hope that nobody
Good
gets
shot.
the fact he only has 2 builds left over. Walks, Ping, Malabuka, they lose him one more time, but Walks and Ping, they've been here before, but Walks wasn't expected to go down.
A murit Vico, chat, a murit Vico. S-ar putea să câștige în exclusivitate Malabuka. Yay, glumeam. De fapt, mă bucur.
In Fortnite history.
The fact that he was able to shut down CZB though on that chase attempt is huge. He's at least managed to create a little bit of box space for himself. He might even be able to get a big tag onto somebody that's rotating.
Am bătut joc puțin cu microfonul, cer scuze. Bă, chat, dați și un subscribe dacă nu mă aveți la subscribe, pentru că mă ajută enorm de mult și... Nu, acum arăt de glumit, dar chiar mă ajută enorm de mult, așa că dați și mie acolo un subscribe. Arăt de glumit, dar credeți-mă că mi s-a dus tot, aproape tot cheful. Avem 4 ore și 5 minute de live chat. Și mai avem 4 ore jumate de live, cred că o să fac, bă, chat. Ping, ia uite-l. Asta e Ping sau nu știu cine e ăsta. Vedeți că se joacă bine. Bă, dar stare de movement, ești de bun.
Yeah, even so, his teammates would get annihilated out of the sky the second they go on in, but in the meantime...
Squeezy și Merstas sunt pe high ground, dar ăștia cred că o să iau win-ul. Doamne ajută să nu fi murit Zandy. Doamne ajută, Doamne. Au murit, bă, chat. Au luat top 8. Ia. Sunt locul 22. Oh my god, chat. No way, bă.
The other thing to keep in mind is that even if he's not able to take that first place spot, if he can at least hold on to second, it might be enough to solidify themselves a spot in the global championship. But Ping goes down. If Merstash, Queasy, and Swizzy are able to win this game, it could at least put them in second place spot to qualify them to the global championship. But if they're able to get enough eliminations, it might just be possible.
Ah, n-am murit, uite-l pe Ju. Ju e solo. Ju e solo, eu de ce nu văd chat, 1080 pe ori 2. No way.
They not only want to secure that spot at the global championship, they want that blade of champions. They want to take it all the way home as they continue to maintain high ground, but you got to be careful. Pink wants it.
Pink wants to just chop them out of anything, the way that the zone is pulling over the hill. But Queasy, he's going to find himself in the victim seat. He's been knocked. Swizzy, Murstache, they're going to have to run this one as a duo because it's going to be Nebs and Pink taking over.
Ok, a murit Queasy. Nu cred că a murit și Merstaș, a murit și Ping. Oh my god, câți au murit, chat, oh my god, oh my god. Oh, ok, Vico a câștigat acest turneu, oh my god. Mai ai în viață, chat? Au murit toți, băi, chat. Mamă, decisiva chat acum. Gata, s-a încheiat și acest FNCS.
So many of our leading teams just falling apart in this final lobby here, Takata, but Major 1 Finals, it has not been forgiving. A huge moment, though, for Chino, Pink, and Nebs. The fact that they are able to find their one throughout the course of this weekend, this is what they needed, because they ended yesterday in that 25th place. Heading into today, it was not looking the best, but they've at least entered their name.
No way, chat. No way. Nu cred, Vico a câștigat, ia uitați chat aici. Zandy a luat locul 22. Nu știu cât a luat. No way, chat. No way.
Watching around the world, I am so pleased to announce that your champions of FNCS Europe Major number 1 are Vico, Veno, and Flixie. What an incredible last game. All of our players in the lobby delivered from that incredible victory royale that we saw at the end from Pink, Nebs, and Tino. Nice of you boys to give us a show at the very end, but also, of course, Veno, Vico, and Flixie. From the moment that we found out that these boys had formed a trio, Levin, it felt like domination was inevitable.
And dominate they did. All season long, they were the team to beat. And you can't say they didn't make it entertaining in that last game. But when it mattered the most, they got the job done. Back-to-back FNCS wins for Flixie and Vico. Wow. 3-time FNCS champion now, Veno. Cements his name in the history books. I'm so happy for these three.
This Major 1 final proved to be full of so many surprises. There were shocks from so many different areas. Trios that have made their first Major final doing incredibly well. We saw changes in the meta, changes to height, changes to how Island were used. But I think what was not a surprise for so many people was to see these guys picking up so many victory royales, dominating in so many aspects. Going into the weekend, were they going to be contested? So many people had questions about whether they were going to be able to do it because they were looking to be contested, but they weren't, and they played every single game to perfection. It seemed like so many of their games that they had, even if it wasn't ideal for them, they still overcame those problems and still came out victorious. I couldn't be more happy for these guys because they put in so much work and they deserve so much.
They continue to change the way we look at the formula for success, right? When Vico and them won last year, a lot of people said, oh, this fighting style, relying on fighting is too much risk. You can't guarantee it. They took that style into trios, into 2025. They refined it a bit. They cleaned up the end games with Veno's added touch. And boy, did they show, when you have the quality advantage these three have, you can fight, you can be successful, and you can win FNCSs relying on your raw talent.
Even if you look back towards the start of Game 12, boys, you can just see what sets these guys apart, because for any other trio to lose one of their fraggers early doors, they would then go down themselves most likely. But the fact that those boys, Veno and Vico, were split up, the fact that they managed to come together, get the reboot,
GG. Ți-am zis că ei câștigă, da, păi și eu eram strastă, că ei câștigă. Bă, dar nu vine să cred, bă. Bă, măcar făcură bani, bă, Ștefane ăștia. Măcar făcură și Zandy cu ăștia niște bani. Dar Cami și Seti la fel, făcură la fel, luară locul 21, deci luară tot la fel bani. Uite. Bam. Da, jale, mă. Jale rău de tot. Deci uite-te ce meciuri, stai să-ți vezi. Uite ce meciuri a avut ăștia. Zandy. Ești nebun, ultimele două meciuri ce făcură, atât. Deci ultimele două meciuri și kill-urile astea, 4. Deci atâta. Și iar jumate puncte din kill-uri și jumate din alea. Că așa fac ăștia mereu.
Challenging the best of the best at the Fortnite Global Championships. I couldn't be more happy for them. Malibuki's done the back-to-back. Levin, you predicted that these guys would be the runners-up, and I mean there was a reason why they were able to hold on to that number 2 spot.
No, these guys, if you had watched them coming into this Major 1 final, they just and they showcased that in so many different ways in terms of just being able to just brute force their way here, right? You see here, just prayer plays like this, they were just so devastating to deal with, right? And you look at the talent on the team, you look at Malibuka, one of the greatest players to touch this game. He's, you know, remained relevant at the top level of competitive for so long. And you give him Ping and Watts, two players last year who, again, showed what they could do on the world stage. I remember after Globals having a conversation with Booga the GOAT, right? And he was speaking so highly of Watts in particular as being a player who just completely popped off and completely shook up the nature of how that Globals lobby played out. And so you really could tell that those guys were on, you know,
bă, chat, nu vine să cred. Gen, no way, am 4 ore, am 4 ore jumătate, am 4 ore și 15 minute de live în continuu, legit. Nu vine să cred. Gen, no way.
Team trying to contest them. Teams trying to fight them at their drop spot early game as well, rotating on in. They had so many problems thrown their way, and I think they just overcame it so well over the course of these 12 games. And long may that continue now, sort of extrapolating that across the whole year, because that's exactly what this trio are going to be about. They're going to have these issues. They might have problems that they might need to overcome, but they've proved this weekend that they are a team that will be fighting and they'll be at the top end of the leaderboard for the rest of the year.
Era mișto dacă luau și în top 10 Zandy cu ăștia.
That it's not flawless yet. They haven't brought every single factor of this trio together to really secure those victory royales, to really secure the major title just yet. We've seen their end games could use a bit of work, but we've seen also the fact that they can execute a plan up to that point. And so I love a trio like this. I love to see that progress that they're surely going to make across this year 11.
No, I'm really excited about it, right? You know, the journey's going to be a long one to the global championships, but it's one
Eram pe
I'm sure
Instagram
they'll be
chat să
ready for.
vedem dacă
You know, the passion, the commitment, the grind has been there consistently for these boys. So I look forward to seeing how they evolve and how they, you know, fight back harder next season, right? Because that's what it's all about.
Well, let's also talk about some of our other trios that we've seen brilliant things from. I mean, you've got to give props to Mr.Savage, Mini Minor. All weekend, he's just been a joy to behold.
Yeah, and that team has been really, I mean, a joy to watch as well.
Dacă au
Where
pus
they were
Zandy
to play
story.
high, you know, again, having issues off spawn, overcoming them so well. In that last game, of course, Momsy's trio decided just to sort of dip off and try and split, and we saw them do what they do.
Dar n-a pus Zandy story până acum.
When it came to some teams contesting them, but
A pornit ceva live, Zandy?
Queasy's still the height king, and if you put him in that situation, there's nobody better than that guy, and of course that trio now.
I mean, only these three could genuinely have you know, seeing them as contenders up until like the last game of FNCS while being cons, you know. They're not by bad players either, right? Momsy and them looked great at times this season. They completely weathered that storm, and hopefully we get to see them uncon the rest of this year because they will be a contending team when they are.
Am închis și vechi live-ul.
Roll on, major number 2. There's so much to look forward to. I can't wait to see what's going to happen to our trios, who's going to stick together, who's going to try something different as we continue in this competitive season. But you know what? Our major 1 finals aren't
Tortă
done
la
just
fel o
yet,
să-l închidă
because at 11 p.m. CET, we've got
în
the
viitor
North
apropiat.
American competition, and everything has been going down, all the drama, all the action, and there's going to be so much more in the final 6 games of that competition. Before we head off though, final thoughts from you, Mini Minor.
Yeah, an amazing weekend, yet another amazing season as well. I mean, just the expectations of Grand Finals has completely flipped on its head after these 12 games. What I thought was going to happen didn't necessarily happen. We had surprises. I mean, a team that you picked out as well, Evan, a first ever Grand Finalist for Pickstar Mandemas. They broke the record.
Unbelievable performance from those guys. Shout out to Mongraal, Savage, and Panzer. Putting the team on his back when he needed to. All the doubters, all the haters. Respect Panzer, this guy has put in the work. And respect Mongraal and Savage. The longevity from those two boys, unbelievable. So happy for them and all their fans. And another big congratulations to Vico, Veno, Flixie, Coach Raz as well. Big congrats. All the work those four have put in all season has paid off there.
Couldn't put it better myself, boys. Thank you so much for being an excellent analyst desk. Thank you so much to Takata and the Best Taco production for making this happen. All of our players and you guys, of course, for watching. Hold tight for North America. But for now, from us here at FNCS Europe, sound that horn.
Gata, ăștia o să închidă au închis live-ul. Băi, chat, băi. Noapte bună, chat. Cam atât a fost și cu acest live. Mâine facem live. S-ar putea tot așa 2 live-uri mâine. Vă pup, chat. Seară frumoasă să aveți. Zandy a luat top 22. De fapt, hai să vă mai prezint toată situația. Zandy a luat top... Să-ți puțin să fac aici bam, 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 bam. Bun. Zandy a luat locul... în primul rând, s-a terminat FNCS-ul, FNCS Major 1 Finals în februarie 15-16. În dățile de 15-16. Primul FNCS din 2025. Acestea sunt prize race-urile. Zandy a luat fix prize race-ul ultimul, top 25, $4.350 împărțit la 3, care vine $1.440, cam $1.000 de persoană, cu taxe și cu alea. Cam nu mai prezint Veno, Malibu, Camarius, Comerstaș, Pix, Tyson cu Chico, Trulex, Mongraal, Savage, Perzer, Jepco, Yanis, Falcon Teni și așa mai departe, toți ăștia. Cringe cu Mappy sunt pe 23, au luat și ei. Cami și Seti a dat biggest comeback astăzi. Zandy, ăștia sunt meciurile lui, Jale. Astăzi a făcut 102 puncte. Sherry a făcut 100... Mă, dar era ieșit pe locul 14, 152 de puncte. Dacă făcea 300 de puncte, cum am zis eu, gen, ia, bă, 300 de puncte, lua 8700 de dolari, ok. Chat, cam atât a fost cu acest live, am zis, vă pup, follow pe Twitter, follow pe Instagram, am îndeplinit încă un task, cel mai lung live de pe acest canal. Acest live a fost până acum, da? Vă pup, pa, pa!